I thought I unmuted the desktop. So that was just dead quiet. Sorry about that. Hello. I was setting up for the new stream. Changing the names of things. I had to make thumbnails. I didn't realize that was going to take me an hour. But we're ready. We're doing it. The timer's still going, I think, for the... I forgot every word suddenly. For the poll, but this was the one in the lead, so it's the one we're playing. And then we're going to hopefully get through the tutorial today. I feel like my camera keeps going out of focus, by the way, and if it is, I can't fix it. I've tried. But yeah, so we're playing Mistonia. Hope, the Lost Delight, Mistonias. I kept saying Mitsonias. I spelled this wrong like several times, just getting it all set up and ready, and I'm like, what am I doing? Who am I? Who is this girl? But this is the newest one from Access. So this one came out from Access, I think it was last month. I had it pre-ordered. We're still playing through PO40, so we hadn't got to this one yet. See this? See what I'm talking about? It does not want to focus today. Please, these are things. I want you to show them off. Oh my goodness, please? Like, it's right there. I don't know. Like, my camera is not wanting to do what I want it to. There it goes. So this is this one. I have not flipped it around, but the inside jacket is pretty cute. Pretty cute guys in there. And there's all the potential love interest on the back. So I, per my usual, have not looked into this game beyond watching a trailer. I know it's a revenge tale. I know there's Faye. And that's like it. That's all I got. That's all I know. I was trying to find a little maid, like, apron to put on, because I know she's, like, dressed as a maid at the beginning. Couldn't find one, but that's okay. She does have a picture. I know that, because as I was editing my settings, I always go into the settings. I turn the music down a little bit when I play these, because I feel like the music is always really loud. Hiccups, oh no. And then I also always change the speed of the text, and I always add, if it has the option for the transparency for the box to be smaller, I always make it a little bit lighter so it's not so bright. Also, I love this. I screenshotted this earlier. It's so pretty. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. I know he's my favorite. That's all I know, because I made thumbnails today based on the characters. Okay. I had my... The opposite issue. I usually have the sound really, really low and or high, and I usually am like, oh, it's screaming at me. I'm gonna pronounce everything wrong. Get ready. And then very shortly here, just making sure my phone buzzed, like I had a new message. I want to make sure, like, wow, I start and then I have a message. Very shortly, we are going to be doing something similar to what we did last year. I did Christmas cards last year. I'm going to do Christmas cards this year. They're not going to be customized this year. Instead, they're just going to be cute when I find them. I haven't found them yet, so I'm going to open a document like I did last year where you guys can post your addresses in if you want a Christmas card. I'll share an address if anyone wants to send a Christmas card back. And then when we get closer to Christmas, I will do like a card opening if I have any, but it's just something I do with the very small amounts of funds I get for streaming. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for celebrating. I've already got a couple little pieces put together for the Christmas card, so I'm excited to make it happen. And then tomorrow, I'm going to be posting my schedule for next week because I'm going to be part of the Choose Wisely Festival. And so we have that starting, and I'm excited. You chose the wrong game. I haven't started this one yet. That's good. That means it's new for both of us. It means we're learning together. Alright. Prologue? Question mark? I'm just going to call it that for now. I mean, it had the most votes. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that I'm going to like this. It has 5 5, 6 love interest. So I'm excited. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna try and stream more on the weekends when I can. So to try and get through this one a little bit faster than last time. I hopefully will finish this one hopefully by the end of January if I'm being realistic with myself, and that way we can start Burishihana if you want to do the Burishihana fan disc in March. I think that's when it's out. Rowan, capital of Grand Albion. Grand Albion, a country governed by the Fae Queen, once called Albion. It first consisted of a handful of small autonomous nations under humane rule, but when why are you guys doing this to me? Fremdland attacked from across the ocean, Albion united as one and became a single country under the assistance of Pure Fae. Rowan is its capital. Gotcha. Oh, there she is. Look at her. It's been so long. Oh my gosh. And she blinks. People crowded the bright, beautiful cityscape, rainbow-colored lines, a natural part of life in this world extended throughout the city. I walked straight ahead, purposely avoiding those lines. No one paid me any attention. No one knew me. I'm gonna be late. I hurried towards a suburban mansion, gradually leaving the hustle and bustle behind. The paved road extended through a vast land surrounded by forest. Soon enough, I reached a clearing. So this is House Bernstein. Even from outside, I can sense their strength. When I looked up, I found a solemn-looking building surrounded by beautiful wilderness, but did the structure's elegance match what lay within? I may have made the the transparency too much, but we'll see. Oh. Oh, my hand. My hand is glowing. I need to hurry. I had to remain calm. It had been 8 years. It had taken 8 years before I'd been able to set foot on this land. Not a single mistake would be tolerated until I'd gotten my revenge. I took out my pocket watch and lowered my gaze to the clock face, checking the time. The clock read 3, then moved to 4. He was calling, the one who observed from afar. Are you all right? Your safety comes first. Those were the messages he sent. Such a worrywart. I smiled wearily, the tension slowly dissipating. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and imagined the faces of my loved ones. Watch me, I'll definitely carry the plan through. I opened my eyes, grabbed my bag, and walked to the rear of the mansion where the back entrance usually used by servants sat. From here on out, I'm neither the daughter of Duke Randolph nor part of the 5 houses. I'm merely a maid who has served several families, a powerless humane with no family. My hair and eyes are different colors now. I can't give myself away. I have to suppress my emotions and always remain calm no matter the situation. Nothing would stand in my way until I had taken the heads of those who had stolen everything from me. I found a plain door meant for servants at the back of the mansion and stood before it. My hands trembled slightly when I reached out to ring the doorbell. Seared? No, I'm not seared. Okay, I'm gonna. Can I do that from here? I'm gonna I have it too transparent. I always make it very transparent so I can see the stuff, but like I'm reading things wrong. It does serve a purpose. Scared? I can see it now. No, I'm not scared. Now that I've finally reached the starting line, I'm shaking with equal parts excitement and rage. After getting a hold of my emotions, I clenched my fist to stop them from shaking, and then I rang the doorbell. Now I can finally take my revenge. Perfect. Oh man. Oh wait. I have where did I put them? I have glasses kind of like hers now. I have some circular gold ones later, next time. They feel too fancy. Edward Bernstein, Alfred Cresswell, voiced by Yuichi, Linus Ward, Sorichiro, yeah, Lucas Sylvian. Pretty. Ascot Lindell. Okay. John. Just John. Just call me John. Oh gosh. It's gonna get that flag thing. Enjoy it while it lasts. Fae Queen, Saki. Him. How pretty. So pretty. He's trouble. Guess I can. That's I can. Mistonia's Hope, the lost delight. Mistonia's Hope, the lost delight. Someday. Come on, Amazon, bring the package to me. It looks good. Oh wait, like you bought it? Or you mean like you're waiting for a deal? Come on, listen to my ancient tale.
これは昔々の物語。可憐で高慢、意固地な妖精女王と哀れな5頭の妖精たちが登場する話だ。
Yes, yes, you ordered it? Or you're waiting on a deal? Once upon a time, there lived a lovely Fae Queen who had a stubborn... I had to finish before you so I don't get spoiled. That's fair. You're gonna play more than me once you get it, so that's totally fair. Well, that's exciting. Did you get the normal or did you get the special? I bought just the normal because I think the special was just a soundtrack, and I'm trying, as much as I love physical media, I'm trying to have less stuff that I just don't need. I like art books. If stuff has art books included, I'll buy it. But if it's not an art book, I don't need it. Normal. Nice. I missed the cards though, because the cards at least fit in the case. Once upon a time, there lived a lovely Fae Queen who was as stubborn as she was arrogant alongside 5 pitiful Fae. Fae Queen, a special entity whose duty is to draw out power from the land from her throne in Tir Na Nog and bring forth new pure Fae. If she perishes, a new Fae Queen will be born in Tir Na Nog. Am I saying it right?
四方を海に囲まれたアルビオンは、元来妖精と人が暮らす土地だった。
Albion, a land completely surrounded by the sea, was a place where humanes and fairies
アル
coexisted.
ビオンにはティルナノーグへの入り口が点在していたからだ。
Why? Because the doors to Tinanog lay scattered about the land. Tinanog, an other world in another dimension that's homes to pure Fae. It's a peaceful land with no strife that boasts a warm climate and exuberant nature. An exuberant nature. Yeah, that's right. There are boundaries between the surface world and Tiranog that act like doorways. In the past, Fae often traversed to the surface world to toy with humanes, but rarely ever happy now. Ooh, I started to cough and tried not to. We used to tease you guys, now we don't.
ヒューマが暮らす現世とティルナノーグとの境界を越えられるのはピュアだけ。ピ
Only
ュアたちは長い時間を生きるため、退屈しのぎに現世とやってきていた。
Only pure Fae could cross the boundary between Tiranog and the surface world. Since they were so long-lived, the pure Fae often went to the surface world to kill time. Boundary. Place that connects the surface world to Tiranog. They are hidden in remote, unpopulated areas. One trait of boundary space are profusely blooming bluebells. Ah.
ある時、アルビオンの海岸にトツクリの船が大挙して押し寄せた。 愚かにも妖精を捕らえようとしたらしい。
One day, numerous ships from Freemdeland arrived on Albion's shores in a foolish attempt to capture the Fae.
妖精女王はヒューマに力を貸し与え、見事侵略者どもをアルビオンから追い出した。
The Fae Queen lent her powers to the Humanes, and the invaders were driven out of
め
Albion.
でたしめでたし。なんて簡単には終わらない。本題はここからだ。
And then they lived happily ever after. Or not. You didn't think it was that simple, did you? This is only the beginning.
ひとときの平和がもたらされた途端、また新たな火種が生まれるのが現世の定め。ご多分に漏れず、ヒューマは再び騒ぎ始めた。
New fires were kindled, born from a moment of peace, and as was the law of the world. To no one's surprise, the Humanes caused another stir.
働きに見合う報酬を求め、
Bastards.
土地を略奪する者。
I like her
一つ
little
国の侵略に危機を覚え、我先にと、さらなる妖精の加護を求めて争う者。
Some looted the land in search of rewards worthy of their deeds. Others sensed the dangers of the invaders posed and competed for the Fae's divine protection.
戦いの最中、目の当たりにした妖精の力を恐れ、よりにもよって、突国と共に対抗すべきだなどと言い出す恥知らずもいたらしい。
During the war, some shamelessly suggested joining forces with the Fremderlandians. Oh my gosh. Fremderlandians to fight the Fae as they were afraid of the latter's power. Fremderlanderans.
ヒューマのあまりの低俗ぶりに辟易した妖精は、
Hickey
次
hickey.
々とティルナノーグへ帰っていった。
Tired of the Humanes' vulgarity, the Fae returned to Tinanog one by
だ
one.
が女王は、再び侵略者の手が伸びることを案じ、現世にとどまった。なんとも慈悲深いことだ。
The compassionate queen remained, however, worried that the invaders would
さら
return.
に妖精にも、女王の意志に従う者が現れた。シルフ、ス
Ah.
プリグン、クーシー、ウィル・オ・ウィスプ、プーカの5頭だ。
Did he say Will of Wisp? Oh, he did say Will of Wisp. Hell yeah. 5 Fae clans remained at the queen's side. Sif, Spriggan, Cushith, Will o Wisp, and Puka. Okay, so that's our boys. That's all our boys. I mean, the one with the lantern is definitely Will of Wisp, right? That sounds like Will of Wispy. Oh, so all of you guys are related to the Faedom. I get it now. That's cool.
シルフたちは、女王の忠実なる臣下として働き、ヒューマを導いていくために国を作った。
The Sifs devoted vassals of the queen that they were created a nation to guard the humane, so maybe the wolf guy?
それこそがグランド・アルビオン。栄光と繁栄を誇るこの国の始まりだ。
I only think that because the faraway shot, she still had this little guy beside her. And that was how Grand Albion, a country that took pride in its glory and prosperity, was
世代が
founded.
進むにつれ、女王を守護する5頭の妖精の一族の中には、ヒューマと交わりこうなす者も現れた。
As time passed, some of the Fae clans that protected the queen mated with humanes and bore
だが
children.
一部のヒューマは、妖精の力はもとより、彼らの無邪気な悪意を恐れ続けた。
Despite this, some humanes were still intimidated by their power and nonchalant cruelty.
やがて女王を頂点とする身分。
What? Eventually, a class system was born with the queen at the top, and the humane sphere turned into hatred and loathing.
そうして国内には火種がくすぶり続けた。
I hate the sound of that. Oh my gosh. And so fires continued to smolder within the land until a young girl with a strange destiny burned the country's foundation right to the ground. I thought I broke my speaker for a second. I thought so too. I was like, is my is my connection messing up? I was like, no, this is real. Watch streak reached. Blue has recent
絶対に
was currently on a
絶対に
7 stream
振り返って
streak.
はダメ
Aww.
扉を出たらまっすぐに歩き続けるの
What a little cutie. Oh my god, she's crying. Never ever look back, alright? Once you walk out that door, keep going straight
大
ahead.
丈夫よ心配いらないわ後から必ず追いかけるから
For a second, it kind of sounded like mommy, but now it doesn't sound like mommy. Don't worry, everything will be fine. We will be right behind you.
愛しているわ私たちの大切な可愛い子さあ行きなさい急いで
I love you, my beautiful, precious daughter. Now go, hurry. That's us as a baby, question mark. She's got no color in her eyes. I have to walk. I have to keep going. I promised. I have to do this. I'll be caught.
ようやく見つけた私の
There you are, my redacted, I assume. It's the fake queen.
ちょっと新人
Hey, newbie. Oh, I like this room though. Someone suddenly grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to turn around.
何をぼーっとしてまさか具合でも悪いんじゃないでしょうね
It's been so long since we played like a newer game. I haven't had mouth movements and eye blinking in so long. But she's cute. I like this. This looks great. Her outfit's good. Why are you spacing out? Are you not feeling well or something? Oh, right. I'm at the Bernstein mansion. I'm just picturing the bears. I had been busy reminiscing and didn't hear what she said. I do that too. I can't blame this girl. Sorry, I was thinking about something and I wasn't paying attention to your rules.
来たばっかで言いにくいでしょうけど自己申告してもらわなきゃどうにもできないわどうなの具合悪いわけ
And we're Goldilocks, you know? That could be an... Actually, we played an Otome that was like that. Didn't we? Wasn't it called Goldilocks? And the bears were plushies, but they weren't really plushies. They were real boys that had been transformed into plushy bears. And we fell in love with them with Lockhart. There we go. But there could be another one. You could do it again. I hate to push, as you've barely arrived, but there's nothing I can do unless you tell me what's wrong. So are you feeling sick? She peered down at me, seemingly suspicious of my silence. I looked back at the woman, remembering the events earlier this morning. I want a mama bear. Hot. Starting this morning, someone will be joining us as a new servant. Come and introduce yourself. I will be working for House Bernstein starting today. That's it. That's earlier today. Earlier today. Oh, look, there she is. That's her natural hair color. Aprose E. Randolph. We're starting a new universe where I don't change their names always to Leah. Oh no! Oh no! Reset. I don't want to actually mess up. Yes, yes, yes. Plus symbol. Because then they'll say her name. Rose, Cattengeli. Be funny if you made it both the same. It's my other self. You'll never guess it's me. Yeah. My name is Rose Cottonley. It's a pleasure to meet you.
私はエブリン・ミラーパーラーメイドよ
I'm Evelyn Miller, a parlor maid.
新入りだからって甘やかしたりしないからそのつもりでね
I won't be going easy on you just because you're new, you know?
シャルロッテ・ペレスです
I'm Charlotte Perez.
キッチンメイドですよろしくお願いします
I'm in charge of the kitchen. Nice to meet you.
フィリップ・オルティスだ。ニコラスさんの下で羊見習いをしてる。
Did I read Ken? Is this Ken? I just can. I don't want to Google things right now. It's too soon. The name's Phillips Ortez. I'm currently training to be a butler under Nicholas.
この家の使用人歴はエブリンたちよりも長いから、何かあれば遠慮なく聞いてくれていいぜ。
I've been working here longer than Evelyn and the others, so feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. You got it. Miss Evelyn?
何よ。
What is it? I never worked at a grand mansion such as this and was simply fascinated by the building. I apologize for interrupting your work.
あ、そう。
Oh.
まあ、その気持ちはわからなくもないけどね。私も片田舎の出身だし。
Honestly, I can relate. I came from the countryside too.
とはいえ、仕事は仕事よ。
Still,
広間が終わっても掃除する場所はまだまだ山積み。
work is work. There are many more spots to clean after we finish the hall. Evelyn's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the area I'd cleaned.
何これ。なんで任せた範囲以外までピカピカになってんの。いつの間に。
Hold on, I didn't tell you to clean that spot. Why is it sparkling like that? How long has it been that way? Can you please check my work? I moved aside as Evelyn scanned the room so she could get a better look.
問題なさそうね。埃も払われているし、窓枠も綺麗だもの。というか、カーテンのほつれも治ってる。嘘でしょ。
I don't see any problems. The dust has been wiped away. The window frames are spotless. No way. Did you fix the frayed curtains too?
いつ針を出したのか全然わからなかったんだけど、一体どうなってるわけ？
I didn't even see you take out a
ど
needle.
うしたらここまで仕上げられるのよ。
How did you finish all this in such a short amount of time? Evelyn continued her inspection, muttering in disbelief. I spoke softly, following closely behind her. Have you been here long, Miss Evelyn?
別に呼び捨てでいいわよ。
You don't need to call me Miss.
長いって、このお屋敷に雇われてからってこと？そうね。17歳の頃に門を叩いたから、まあ5年とちょっとくらいよ。
Vaguely reminded me of a book I read that I didn't like. I just want to preface. I did not like the book, but it's reminding me of it right now. And it's based off Cinderella. Is it called No. I forgot what it's called, but it's based off of Cinderella. It has the similar premise where she's been orphaned, her dad died, blah blah blah, that stuff. But she falls in love with a fae. And she's a maid, basically. She's treated like a maid by her stepmom and stuff. So she wears like maid clothes and she gets like put in the servants' rooms and stuff when they visit other houses. So I don't know. I just kind of pictured that for a second. You're asking how long I've worked here. I started when I was 17, so about 5 years now. Wow. So you're 22.
私が雇われた時にはもうフィリップがいたわ。ちょうどあの頃はリリー様が例の事件で。
Philip was already here when I got the job. I think it was around the time Lady Lily got into that accident. Oops. Evelyn paused awkwardly. She obviously wasn't supposed to have said anything based on the look on her face. I feigned ignorance, acting as if any newcomer would. By Lady Lily, do you mean the daughter of this house? Before I could finish the question, there was a knock at the door. Charlotte peeked in timidly.
旦那様たちがお戻りになったからお出迎えに。
Lord Bernstein and the others have returned. We need to welcome them.
ありがとうシャルロッテ。今行くわ。
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Charlotte. Sorry, arigato. I'll be there in a second.
ローズ、あんたもよ。
You too, Rose. That's me. Right. Let me answer to my fake name. Oh my, distinguished. This is Marquez Bernstein, the master of the house. He was a man in his prime. You know how you can read a sentence and it can mean two things? I took it the wrong way. It's not wrong. I just interpreted it the other way. He was a man in his prime. but he's not prime now. Dressed in tailored apparel and clutching a cane, his menacing aura and keen eyes made me nervous.
お帰りなさいませ、旦那様。
Welcome home, my lord.
お帰りなさいませ。
Welcome home. We bowed our heads in sync with Nicholas, Marquez, Bernstein, Edmund, past the servants without so much as a glance.
夕食まで部屋で書類に目を通す。
That's a voice. I will be in my room reading through some documents until dinner.
承知いたしました。後ほど紅茶をお持ちします。
Understood, I shall bring you tea.
もうお父様ったらお一人で歩いて行ってしまうんですから。
Goodness gracious, father's already walking off all by himself. A slender woman entered her beautiful waist-length hair fluttering in the wind. A jet black dress. Wait, is this morning attire? The one was elegant and flower-like. You could tell at a glance that she was a noble through the black bereavement dress looked out. Though the black bereavement dress looked out of place on someone so young and otherwise vibrant. I glimpsed a young man behind the woman, sporting features similar to her own. Then he walked towards me. His golden, glistening hair and gentle blue eyes, combined with the sword at his waist and his smart outfit, suited the son of the respected noble. Something about him seemed familiar. Have I met this person somewhere before? It must be my imagination. Person? Are we getting a dictionary reference for the word person? A noun used to refer to sentience in Grand Albion. Since all kinds of races coexist, you can use person in place of humane or fey.
お帰りなさいませ、エドワード様、リリーお嬢様。
It's like, you may never have heard this word before, but this is what we refer to as a person. Welcome home, Lord Edward, Lady Lily. Lady Lily. Those two were Edward and Lily, Marquez Bernstein's children. They are the last members of this house, as Lady Bernstein already passed
お
away.
二人もご一緒だったのですね。
I did not know you were together.
お茶会から帰るところでばったりね。あら、見ない子がいるわね。
I was on my way home from a tea party when we ran into each other. Huh, I haven't seen this young lady before. I looked up at Nicholas's urging to find Edward standing in front of me. I was taken aback. He's staring directly at me, a mere servant.
ああ、君が新しく来てくれた子だね。はじめまして、エドワード・バーンスタインだ。
I swore he said Eduardo. You must be the new employee. Hello, my name is Edward Bernstein. Edward smiled and held out his hand. He wants to shake hands with me, a common humane? I was trying to figure out what exactly this man wanted when Evelyn nudged to my
ち
side.
ょっと新入り、エドワード様が手を差し出してくださってるのよ。
Hey newbie, Lord Edward wants to shake hands.
今すぐ握手を。握手？え？そんな気軽にしちゃっていいわけ？この場合はしない方が失礼
Does
に
he
なる？
sparkle? I've seen their winged versions and their wings seem to sparkle. They remind me of the wings from like Tinkerbell, the TV show, not like the movie. You need to wait, a handshake? Are we allowed to just shake hands like this? Would ignoring it be rude?
どうなのかな？
I'm not sure.
いや、俺に聞かれても。
Why are you asking me? I have no idea. I listened to their banter, wondering what the right thing was to do. Then Lily, no longer able to ignore my confusion, interrupted.
弟がごめんなさいね。この子、誰にでも来やすいのよ。もし嫌でなければ、握手してあげて。
Forgive my little brother. He makes friends with everyone. You can shake his hand if you'd like. I stepped forward at Lily's prompting, hesitant. Sussing out the situation, I looked around. Edward stared at me, smiling. Meeting you is a great honor. Please allow me to serve you with sincere devotion.
これからよろしく。君の名前は？
Good to meet you too. So your name?
エドワード。
Edward. Edmund's voice echoed through the hall right before we grasped one another's hand. He didn't shout, merely spoke calmly, and his voice sounds like the devil, so that's fair. Even so, he was clearly angry.
何をしている？仕事に取り掛かれ。お前には御家会議の準備を任せたはずだが。
What are you doing? Get back to work. I believe I entrusted you with the presentation for the Five Houses conference.
ええ。彼女に挨拶をしたらすぐに。
Which I intend to do after I introduce myself to her.
使用人を相手に馬鹿げたことを。
How foolish, she is nothing more than a mere servant. Edmund cut him off, seemingly unable to listen to him any longer.
女王陛下にも言われたばかりだろう。次期当主の自覚を持て。
The queen advised you on how to act as the next head of our house, did she not?
父上、
But-
私は。
Father! Edmund walked off, not waiting for a reply. Edward watched his father's back recede in silence. It's just as I've heard, father and son have different ideologies, and there has been a noticeable increase in conflict as of late.
エド、私たちも行きましょう。
Ed, we should go too. Lily gently slipped her arm around Edward's.
久しぶりに陛下にお目にかかれて、お父様も気が高ぶっていらっしゃるのよ。
Father seems emotional after meeting Her Majesty again. It's been a while after all.
今日のところは、お父様の顔を立ててあげたら。あなたも巻き込んでしまってごめんなさいね。
Perhaps you should go easy on father today. And I'm sorry for dragging you into this. That's all right. I bowed my head politely, waiting for them to leave. A moment later, Lily's heels moved out of my field of vision, followed by Edward's leather boots.
すまない。また改めて君の名前を教えてほしい。
I apologize for that. Could you tell me your name later? The quiet voice was lost amidst the sound of their ascending footsteps. Marquez Bernstein is the very definition of a noble, his children on the other hand. I raised my head as the footsteps grew further away, staring at the pair as they disappeared upstairs. Then someone slapped my back.
エブリ今、すごい音が。
Evelyn, that was so
エ
loud!
ドワード様に見とれるのはわかるけど、仕事。
I know you're mesmerized by Lord Edward, but we have to get to work.
もう、口で言えばいいじゃない。大丈夫ですか？
There's no need to slap her back, though. Just say so. Are you alright? It isn't a problem. I'll return to cleaning.
仕事熱心なやつだな。
Aha, how diligent.
フィリップこそ早く戻った方がいいんじゃない？こんなところでグズグズしてたらニコラスさんの小言が飛んでくるわよ。
You should get back to work too, Philip. Nicholas will scold you if you hang around here any longer.
確かに。じゃあ俺は先に戻るけど、あんまり新入りをいじめんなよ、エブリン。
Ah, you have a point. I'll get going then. Don't bully the newbie too badly, Evelyn.
いじめてなんかないわよ。
I'm not bullying her. Philip had already turned his back by the time she responded. Instead of replying, he simply waved and went back inside.
私たちも仕事に戻りましょう。怒られるのはフィリップだけじゃないんだから。
We should get back to work. Otherwise, Philip won't be the only one getting scolded.
そうだね。
You're right.
ローズさん。
Rose? Charlotte stared at me, her voice
大
hesitant.
したことはできませんが、もし何かお困りでしたら、その。
I may not be able to do much, but feel free to come to me if you have any problems. I appreciate it.
ほらほら急いで。
Come on, let's hurry. Evelyn urged as I considered everything. Nicholas aside, relationships between servants were quite relaxed in this mansion. I don't want to get too close to them though. I need to keep my distance. I hadn't come here to make friends. Any relationship I might form here would only be made in pursuit of my goal.
それじゃあ屋敷の中を簡単に案内するわ。さっき掃除してた広間以外にもやらなきゃいけないところはたくさんあるのよ。
Alright, let me give you a brief tour of the mansion. There are many places we need to clean here, including the hall from earlier. I followed Evelyn, who quickly moved through the entrance hall to the right.
まず応接室ね。ここはお客様がくつろぐためのお部屋だから、特にソファーやテーブルの掃除には気を配って。
First off is the drawing room, which is for our guests. They should feel relaxed and at home here, so pay close attention when cleaning the couch and table.
こっちは大広間よ。普段から掃除を欠かさないのはもちろんだけど、晩餐会が開かれる
Is it
時には
Christmas? We have a whole
念入り
Christmas
に
tree.
床と壁を磨き上げてね。
This is the Great Hall. We obviously have to clean it on a daily basis, but be sure to polish the floors as well when prepping for banquets.
それから図書室。貴重な蔵書もあるから、取り扱いにはくれぐれも注意してよ。
Then there's the library. The books in here are valuable. Handle them with care.
最後に、ここが食堂よ。旦那様たちがお食事を取られる前には完璧にきれいにしておくこと。
Last but not least, we have the dining hall. Make sure it's pristine before his lordship and the others sit down for their meals.
これで1階の部屋は一通り回り終えたかしら。
I suppose that's the end for the tour on the first floor.
次は私たち使用人の作業部屋に移動するわよ。
Let's go to the servant's office next. Evelyn went to the door at the end of the corridor. Beyond it was a staircase that the servants were allowed to use. I descended the stairs, mindful of the fact that the owner of this mansion was of a much different status than I. Yeah, but before. When I entered the servant's office in the basement, I found two people busy working inside. Good afternoon, Mr. Philip. Miss Charlotte.
ああ、お疲れ。そうだ、俺のことなら呼び捨てでいいよ。
Oh,
雇い主でも上司でもないんだからさ。
hello. There's no need to address me like that. I'm not your boss.
私のこともシャルロッテで大丈夫です。
And you can call me Charlotte. Very well.
敬語もいらないと思うけど。ま、その話し方が癖なら無理に直さなくてもいいんじゃない？
You don't need to be so formal, but I won't force you to change if it's a habit either. The door swung open as Evelyn spoke with a distinct lack of interest. It was Nicholas, the butler. He scanned the room, then immediately doled out instructions.
リリーお嬢様が体調が優れないとおっしゃっている。エブリン、シャルロッテ、夕食の支度ができたら、お嬢様の食事はお部屋へ運ぶように。
Lady Lily says she's not feeling well. Evelyn, Charlotte, bring her ladyship's meals to her room once you finish preparing dinner.
承知しました。
Understood.
風が強く、ポーチの汚れが気になる。フィリップ、ローズ、夕食時までに掃除の徹底を。
It's very windy today and the porch is getting dirty. Philip, Rose, make sure the area is cleaned before dinner.
承知しました。
Understood. What a competent butler. He works quietly and doesn't waste his time with idle chatter, just as Mrs. Verde said. I may be able to avoid having him pry into me. Still, nothing went unnoticed by a capable, eagle-eyed butler. I couldn't let my guard down.
この時間からお屋敷の外の掃除は答えるよな。しかもニコラスさんが言った通り、めちゃくちゃ風が強いし。
Cleaning the exterior of the mansion is really hard at times like this. Mr. Nicholas was right, too. It's super windy today.
かといって手抜きすると、ニコラスさんには絶対バレるしな。あ、でも、ごまかす方法もなくはないけど。
I can't even cut corners because Mr. Nicholas will definitely find out. Ooh, I know a way around that. You want to know? That's all right. Philip chattered away as he busied himself. He was the exact opposite of Nicholas and couldn't do a thing without some idle chit-chat. Gathering information from someone like him may be easy. This seemed like a good opportunity to try and bring the subject up naturally. Mr. Nicholas said that her ladyship isn't feeling well. Is she in poor health?
ああ、うん、そうだよ。だから空気のいい別荘でお過ごしになることも結構あってさ。
She is, yes. That's why she spends so much time in the villa getting fresh air.
そういう儚げなところも手伝って、リリー様は社交界でマドンナ・リリーなんて呼ばれてる。
That vulnerable side of hers helped her gain the nickname Madonna Lily in high
バ
society.
ーンスタイン家のご令嬢であるリリー様にぴったりの呼び名だと思うよ。
I think it's the perfect name for Lady Lily, the daughter of House Bernstein. It sounded like he might have had feelings for her, although the way he talked was probably normal for a loyal servant. It's still kind of surprising. He looked so easygoing. I made a mental note to neither be influenced by his frivolous talk nor to speak badly about House Bernstein, though I never intended to do either in the first place. I see, so her ladyship is well known within high society. Is Lord Edward popular too?
人気なんてもんじゃないかな。あれぞ好青年の見本って感じの方だからね。
Probably. I mean, he's the perfect example of a fine young
両
man.
家のご令嬢のみならず、あちこちから熱視線を向けられてるよ。そもそも本人が分け隔てしないタイプだし。
People from all over watch his every move, not just the daughters of respectable families. It isn't surprising since he doesn't discriminate. Discriminate? You mean he treats people the same regardless of social status?
そうそう。この屋敷では坊ちゃんが始めた習慣があるんだ。ここで働き始めた使用人は好きなものを一つ買ってもらえるんだぜ。
Exactly. There's a custom here that young masters started. When a new servant arrives, they get to buy one thing of their choice.
もちろん、坊ちゃんのポケットマネーでね。 今までに小説やらハンカチやら、あとは日記セットなんかもあったかな。
Of course, the young master pays for it himself. So far, we've had a novel, a handkerchief, and a diary set, I think. I see, I think I understand what you mean when you say he doesn't discriminate. I recalled how he asked to shake hands. Perhaps he thought such a thing was only
あ
natural.
あ、でもいくら坊ちゃんが親切だからって恋心を持つなんて大それたことだぜ。
Why, you in love with him too, Philip? Wee. Beep, 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 beep. I got too comfortable. I was way too leaned. Okay. No matter how kind the young master is, falling in love with him is still out of the question, alright?
恋をするならやっぱり身分が同じ者同士じゃないと。例えば俺とかね。
If you're looking for romance, you have to fall in love with someone in the same social status, like me, for example. You can rest assured that I know that much. Philip peered at me, but I avoided his gaze, pretending not to have heard that last part. My judgment of Philip must have been correct. He truly was
釣
easygoing.
れないな。ってもう掃除終わってる？ほわ、手際良すぎじゃない？
How cold? Wait, are you done cleaning already? You're way too good at this. He sounded surprised, but I paid him no mind and went back inside. Girl, too good at her job. It was quiet in the dining room. Only Edmund and Edward were at the meal. And that wasn't just because there was barely any conversation. Tension filled the air. They seemed so distant for father and son, or is this normal between two men, even when they are family? She's like, I
アプロー
wouldn't
ズ。
know. Oh my god. I just realized her fake name is Rose and her other name was Apros. She's terrible at code names. A memory suddenly surfaced, but I quickly pushed it away. Edmund spoke soon enough. I listened in while I served the pair.
合計会議の準備はどうなっている？サリバン家から出席の返事が届かないと聞いていたが。
How are preparations for the Five Houses conference going? I heard how Sylvian was not responding to your invitation.
今朝受け取りました。ルーカス卿が出席してくださるそうです。
I received it this morning. Lord Lucas will be attending.
なるほど。やはりルーカス卿がサリバンの当主を継ぐのだな。
I suppose Lord Lucas really is going to be the next head of the House Sylvian.
おそらくはですが、次期当主としては、ウォード家からもライナス卿が出席
Oh
される
gosh,
と
there
返
is
事があ
a
りました。
eyelash. I can feel it. Oh no. Most likely, I've also received a response from House Ward. Lord Lioness is said to be attending.
グレスウェル家とリンデル家からは変わらず、アルフレッド卿とアスコット卿が出席されます。
These are all my dateable people. As for House Cresswell and House Lindell, Lord Alfred and Lord Ascot will once again represent their respective houses. Sullivan, Ward, Cresswell, Lindell, I pondered the family names I'd overheard. The five houses included the house Bernstein, where I reside. Oh gosh, let me finish rubbing my eyeball, I guess. Hang on. Alright, I'm trying to be not blind. I reigned as the upper class of society in this country. The five houses refer to the five households who are descended from the five notable strong fae who fought alongside the queen against Bremdeland. Once upon a time, the current five houses are Bernstein, Cresswell, Ward, Sullivan, and Lindell. Upper class. Wait, that was it, right? That was it. Yeah. A class of demi-fae consisting of the five houses and their relatives. Only the powerful and those who have contributed substantially to the country reach this class. They enjoy a higher standard of life compared to the other classes and are divided into five ranks: Duke, Marquess, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. But the rank of Duke has been left vacant for 15 years. What made these five houses in particular so special? They were the descendants of the Fae who had helped the queen defeat Fremdelin. Fremdelin, a collective term for all nations of the other side of the ocean. They once attempted to invade Albion, but the denizens of Albion prevailed. The nations now fear Grand Albion and its Fey residents. At the same time, they eagerly watch for openings to get their hands on Grand Albion's unique asset, the power of Fey, and maintain bare-bone diplomatic relationships. Hi. First was House Cresswell, the descendants of Spriggan. Earl Alfred Cresswell acted as the current head of the house. Spriggan, the ancestor of House Cresswell, one of the current five houses, they are a petite fey race that excel at processing and working with ores, crafting weapons, and manifesting magical barriers with the power of stone. Okay. Spriggans were originally talented at stonework. They were proficient at handling ore. Okay, if we're going to put it in hi, just so you can learn a little bit more about this word. Don't have it explained in the very next sentence. When they exerted their maximum power, they were said to be able to put up a barrier to repel enemies by force. This barrier provided extremely useful during the war with Fremdelen. Thus, they had been given a noble title, something they held to this day. Okay. I will say, I think I remember this one. Not my favorite. Probably least favorite. Looking one. Up next was House Ward, the descendant of Crusith, with Viscount Linus as the next head of the house. The ancestors of House Ward, one of the current five houses, originally a Fey guard dog that protected the boundary between the surface world and Tinanug. They are a Fey race inherently differential towards female pure Fey. Inherently differential. Wait, what? Do I need the definition? I am so confused. G? Showing respect? They are a Fey race inherently respectful towards female pure Fey. Okay, I guess. For a second, my brain was thinking that they were like void of, like they just have females. I don't know. Which is weird. He's only the heir, though, so the fact that he's attending the conference could mean his succession has already begun. Kusith's physical abilities was said to be much stronger than that of other races, and they excelled at hand-to-hand combat. Legend said that Kusith had single-handedly defeated an entire battalion by themselves during the war with Fremdelen. In addition, this family was said to be the most loyal to the queen. I needed to be wary of them. Yes. Then there were the House Sylvians, the descendants of Will-o-Wisp. The person thought to be the next head of the house was Lucas Sylvian, who was most likely an earl. Will-o-Wisp, the ancestor of House Sullivan of the current five houses. They are Fey race that's bewitched travelers with blue flames, but also have the power to guide spirits to the afterlife. Hell yeah. It is said that their family descended over inheritances between House Sylvian. Judging from the conversation, it looks like the next head has basically been decided, however. On the other hand, there was little to no information on these Fey's abilities. Rumor had it that they could control the dead. I had heard they used blue flames to confuse the enemies during war, but they could also have been remnants of the dead. But I suppose House Lindell, the descendants of Puka, is the most confusing. That's so fair. He looks like... What's his name? I have a bag with his face on it. Hisoka? Hunter? Hisoka? Is that right? Am I saying this right? That's what he reminds me of. when they showed his face. Hang on, I turned my camera off for a second because I feel like it's turning red. Redder. Redder. That's weird. Who knows? Puka. The ancestors of House Lindell, one of the current 5 houses, they are a Fae race fated to serve the Queen. Among the 5 houses' ancestors, the least is known about the specifics of this Fae. When House Randolph, one of the 5 houses, disappeared a decade ago, House Lindell was brought in to fill the gap they left. Wink. Their current head representative was Ascot Lindell. Attending the conference meant he was the most powerful person in the house nonetheless. Only now did I realize I had never uncovered the house's state of affairs while investigating. Little was known about the kind of fae the Puka were, but hearsay said that they looked like a cat or a bird. Well, the symbol looks like a bird, but it'd be cool if it looked like both. The most important fact is that they are descendants of the Queen's Chamberlain. I have to be more cautious of them than House Ward. Finally, we have House Bernstein, the descendant of Sylph. The current head of the house was right in front of me, Marquez Edmund Bernstein. Sylph, the ancestor of House Bernstein, one of the current 5 houses, this Fae race has command over wind and is one of the most powerful pure Fae. Many are considered to be supernaturally beautiful. Okay. The next head of the family would be his son, Earl Edward Bernstein. Sylph had the power to control the wind. They were said to be so strong that they created storms that sunk the enemy's entire armada during the fight with the Fremderlin. The house was popular among commoners, as many Bernsteins were good looking. After meeting Lily and the 2 men, I suppose the rumors were correct. I guess. The 5 houses were supposed to gather for the much discussed 5-house conference. I need to be closer to the Queen and her subordinates from these houses to achieve my long-time goal. Hence, this was my chance to get closer to the houses. I only infiltrated House Bernstein as a servant because this was where the conference would be
今度の
held.
御家会議はこの国にとって重要な催しである博覧会について決めることが山積みだ。
There are many decisions to be made for the exhibition. It is a significant event for this country. A grand exhibition where the inventions and national strength of Grand Albion are put on public display. The first exhibition was held 13 years ago. It was decided that the second would be held in tandem with the 500th anniversary of the Queen coronation as part of the Grand Albion diplomacy. Firm demand and voice are invited. Hi, delightful. How are you today?
博覧会には女王が臨席されるだけでなく国外の要人も多数出席する。失敗は許されんぞ。
Not only will the Queen be in attendance, but many guests from foreign lands will be there as well. Failure is not an option.
分かっています。
Understood.
会議までの1ヶ月、気は抜きませんし、博覧会は必ず成功させるつもりです。
I don't intend to lose focus now that there's only 1 month left until the conference. I shall definitely make the exhibition a success.
その言葉忘れるなよ。
You better keep your word. Edmund sounded anxious rather than hopeful. Then the older man rose from his seat. Pew! Something came to mind as I watched Edward have an exhausted sigh. Subscribe! Thank you for subscribing with Prime! Oh wow, we have 5 right now? That's cool. Something came to mind as I watched Edward have an exhausted sigh. Father and son don't seem to have the best relationship. I can take advice on this. Instead of feeling sympathy for the poor boy, I was filled with nothing but the desire to use the situation to my advantage. Watch me. The day had felt both strangely long and short. I sighed to myself in the room. I'd been given. Okay, I began giving. I read that weird. Servants here were even provided private quarters, a testament to House Bernstein's prosperity. That is actually pretty accurate. Like, usually there's like a bunk bed or two. But I'm confused about the space, like, at the top. I do like that she has a drafting desk, though. I don't know what she's gonna draft. She is so cute with her hair down. Oh my gosh. Not to mention their fine garden. Such an incredible house. I thought sarcastically as I forced the curtains open. Something far away caught my attention. Memories of days long ago.
ローアンは大きな都だったろう。いつかお前が自由になれたら、また連れて行ってやりたい。
Rowan's such a big city, don't you think? One day I'd like to take you here again when you're free. You're right, brother. Rowan truly is huge. I hate being here, though. My heart wasn't filled with hope, only despair and dark thoughts of revenge. That day, I had been left behind in the dark ever since that night 8 years ago. That night, my hometown was attacked by unknown assailants. I was so young back then, a mess of tears and anxiety. I had no idea what had happened.
村全体を囲まれたようだ。おそらく5家が揃っているはず。この子をみすみす渡すわけにはいかない。
It seems that the whole town is surrounded. The 5 houses have probably gathered there. I can't just hand the child over.
父さん、僕も行くよ。
I shall go with you, father. Where are you two going? Take me with you.
アプローズ、あなたはこちらへいらっしゃい。
Come here, Apros. Mother smiled her usual gentle smile and held her hand out to me. Her eyes, however, were resolute. Mother took me to a room I had never seen. It was hidden, a secret place built into our house that led outside.
いいえ、絶対に大丈夫よ。
Really? Are you really coming too?
約束するわ。
Yes, I promise. Mother pulled me into her arms, trembling slightly. Her warm arms helped soothe the anxiety coursing through me.
さあ、涙を拭いて。
Now wipe away your tears.
愛しているわ。私たちの大切な可愛い子。
I love you,
行きなさい。
my
急いで。
beautiful, precious daughter. Now go. Hurry. Okay. After that, I walked and walked and walked down the dark underground passage. This place is beautiful. I felt like I had been transported to another world. The bluebells were in full bloom when I arrived. As I stood there mesmerized, he called out to me.
あ、たどり着けたのか。
Oh, you're finally here. I looked down at my right hand as I recalled the events. I held my hand to the window and concentrated. Then a faintly glowing crest formed on the back of my hand. I only walked around the mansion for a bit today, but I can still tell this place is full of magical energy. I should be able to see something if I use my Farsight hand. A valuable ability that is extremely rare among House Randolph. Though through touch, this hand allows you to see someone's memories or bewitch someone through an illusion. When activated, a crest appears on the user's hand. This is a power only I possessed. No other Fae had the ability. It was a power to see the truth, something manifested, though only rarely by a descendant of Ainsel. I stared at the crest surrounded by wings. It shined brightly, proof that its powers had been enhanced after forming a contract with someone in order to reach a certain goal. I had to be careful and not use it too much. John kept telling me I can't withstand the power like pure Fae can. Pure Fae, pure-blooded Faes that were born in Tananog. Presently, all Pure Fae other than the Queen have returned to Tananog. Pure Fae possess enchanting wings and frightening powers. Something flashed in the corner of my eye, pulling me back to where I was. I glanced about and found the pocket watch on my desk glowing. It's a message from John. Wink, John. I picked up the pocket watch and read the message from my precious childhood friend and comrade in arms. John was the only other person who had managed to escape town that day. Let's see, are you doing well? Awaiting your reply. I can't really blame him. I've only shown him my pathetic side for the past 8 years. Everyone in town had died that day except John, my mother, who had promised to follow me. My father, and my brother had gone outside. They all died. It was John who had taken care of me when I turned into a little more than a doll, void of emotions. But you see, John, I'm different now. I know what I have to do. I have to murder people. I gripped the watch tightly, determined. My family and villagers of our town hadn't simply died, they had been murdered by the queen and her minions. I knew the queen had given the order to attack, and those who had followed those orders were the 5 houses. My goal was to find out who exactly had attacked that night and take them down along with the queen. It'll happen. I'm gonna do it. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, my eyes dark as I quietly murmured my pledge. Chapter 1. Hey. It was my second morning in the Bernstein mansion. Like any other servant, I started working early in the morning before the family woke up. Let's poke around the mansion and look for those shards. One of the reasons why I decided to work in this particular mansion was so I could see memories of the past. I wanted to search for crystal shards that allowed me to look into the memories of people who were related to my plan for revenge. From what I've learned, information filled with strong magical power and emotion could create a shard because of my hand. Why am I picturing Horizon Zero Dawn? Is Horizon Zero Dawn the one that has the shards? Was it shards? Shards that hold memories? I know that there was like memory capsules and things that you had to find. I found them all. I did it. From what I've learned, information filled with a strong magical power of emotion will create a shard because of my hand. That said, they aren't just lying around. Shards appeared when someone is talking or when I touch something, and so I've been told. Where should I start? Okay. During exploration segments, you may explore the Bernstein estate or the outside world. You will see this icon in places that can be explored. Some new places may become available after exploring other ones. Oh. On the right side of the screen, you can check who is present in the selected area and the shards you can acquire. Acquired shards are shown at the bottom of the screen. Each shard is important to peer into the past. I see. After exploring, you'll enter a See the Truth segment. You will be able to see your target's past here, depending on the number of shards you acquired. Approaching a specific person hinges on seeing their past, but overextending the heroine's powers with half-finished shards has consequences. You may end your explanation whenever you wish, but since this is your first time, you should familiarize yourself with the estate. In exploration segment, jump to next choice and rewind are unavailable in some parts. Oh. This is an interesting feature. So we have 5 pieces we need to collect. I saw the library when Evelyn showed me around, but still, there sure are an overwhelming number of books in here. The spines alone told anyone looking that books of a wide variety of subjects were neatly stored on the shelves. There may be some clues here, but I don't have time to look around at the moment. I'll keep this place in mind for now. I want to pick any place there's not a person. I thought someone was cleaning here. Everything was completely silent. No one seemed to be coming. Let's go somewhere else. So the other game I've been playing...
あんた、昨日来た新入りか。ここは担当じゃないはずだけど。
Aren't you the newcomer from the other day? I don't remember you being assigned this room. When I entered the room, I found a male servant I'd met when I had made my introduction washing the windows. I'm looking for Evelyn. Have you seen her?
ああ、この時間なら食堂だろう。行ってみるといい。
Try the dining room. That's where she usually is around this time. Thank you. Allow me to excuse myself then. The man returned to his task. There was no point staying here, so I left the Great Hall. Mr. Nicholas, I've come to deliver a letter from Philip. I suppose he's gone off somewhere. When I bumped into Philip in the hallway earlier, he basically forced me to hand a letter to Nicholas. I knocked on the door to no response. I didn't sense him either. The butler's office was always locked, so I dropped things off here. Dropping things off here was impossible. I can't do anything about this right now. I'll just give him the letter next time I see him. Opening an envelope without being discovered would be difficult, but I still wanted to know more about Nicholas, so I turned over the envelope to see the name of the sender. A woman with the last name of Henderson. It's probably Nicholas's wife. Nicholas only has a wife according to Goneril's information. Nicholas worked at the mansion from dawn to dusk and only returned home twice per month. Considering how utterly devoted he is to Edmund, I really have to be on my toes around him. With a renewed sense of caution, I pulled myself together, then I pocketed the letter and left. Is this a washing machine? I've never seen one like this before. A brand new washing machine caught my eye as I entered the laundry room. I've never seen this type in the other homes I've worked at. I expected as much from a 5-house member. After admiring the unusual appliance, I looked around. There was nothing notable, only what appeared to be servants' clothes. Let's try going somewhere else. The kitchen was hot. Perhaps someone had just been using the stove. No one's here. I doubt I'll find anything here. Making assumptions was never good, but someone might think I was poking around if they found me. It'd be best to avoid raising suspicion. With that, I exited the kitchen. Ah, I can't even see it anymore. Well, let's go somewhere safe. Let's go there. I opened the door to the dining room slightly and peeked inside. I found Evelyn and Charlotte peering closely at a small plate.
やっぱりあんたの作るマディラケーキは美味しいわね。ちょっとだけ味見するつもりが止まらなくなっちゃう。
Your homemade Maria cake is amazing. I just want a little taste, but I can't stop eating it.
そうかな。
Really?
ありがとう。
Thanks.
もう、あんたってどうしてそう自信がないの？もしかしてまだユニークなのに力が弱いとか気にしてる？
Goodness, why are you so insecure? Are you still worried that your power may be a little weak despite being demi-fae?
だって事実だもの。私の力はこの国の基準で言えばギリギリユニークって言えるくらいだから。
My power really is weak. It's so weak that I barely consider it a demi-fae according to this country's
ここで
standards.
働く機会をいただけなかったらユニークじゃなくてミングルとみなされてもっと差別を受けてたかもしれないし。
If I hadn't been given the opportunity to work here, I'd be considered a mingle instead of a demi-fae. People would have discriminated against me even worse then. Demi-fae refers to a nobility of pure fae descendant. The blood they inherited from the pure fae ancestor is expressed potently, granting them mighty powers. The stronger the demi-fae, the more wings they possess. Technically, they are biologically identical to mingles, but nobles are distinguished as demi-fae. Charlotte is a demi-fae. Judging from their conversation, it seems like she's having a hard time. Charlotte looked at the ground unusually, and Evelyn patted her
正
shoulder.
直私の出身地はヒューマしかいなかったから、そのあたりの境界が曖昧なんだけど、ミングルって力のないユニークの差別用語よね。
I come from a humane town, so honestly the terms are a little unclear. Is mingle a discriminatory term for a powerless demi-fae? Humane. The indigenous race of the surface world of Albion, humanes make up the majority of Grand Albion's population. Though they don't possess a supernatural power like Fae, they are gifted with inspiration and perceptiveness, a unique intelligence that has led to countless inventions and the Industrial Revolution. Their achievements have earned them the adoration of the Queen. Mingle. The weakest among those of Fae descent, though some inherit the pointed ears. Have I not noticed pointed ears? Or other anomalous looks of pure Fae, they possess little, if any, power. For that reason, they are shunned by both humane and demi-Fae, a half-baked embarrassment leading to this disparring name. Yes.
バカバカしい。とにかく、あんたは私にとって料理上手なシャルロッテ以外の何者でもないわ。
How ridiculous. In any case, you're just Chef Charlotte to me.
これだけ誇れる能力があるんだから、妖精の力がどうこうとか気にすることないわよ。もっと自信を持ちなさい。
You have a skill you should be very proud of. You shouldn't be concerned about your Fae power whatsoever. Have a little more confidence.
ありがとう、エブリン。
Thank you, Evelyn. Evelyn's thoughts on this is certainly unconventional considering the strong discrimination in this country. Not that I dislike her attitude. I thought about the current conditions in this country as I quietly moved from the pickup stores. Mingles are the same as demi-fae, only they're less powerful. They face discrimination because the queen abandoned them. The only pure fae in existence is the queen, a fearsome being of immense power. Everything about this country was wrong. This place was originally only humanes, but now they are ruled by fae alone. That included the 5 houses. I heard stories about how the 5 houses had banished weaker demi-fae. Is treating them equally really so taboo? Obtained a shard. What's this? While cleaning the garden, I came across a piece of paper fluttering in the wind. I looked around and noticed a room with an open window. It must have been from there. I picked up the paper off the grass. It looked to be plans of some kind. Exhibition, rough layout, visitor path planning. Rowan's conductive wire. Something that seems to be guiding the flow elsewhere. When I looked more closely, I saw the words exhibition written on the corner. Is that the exhibition venue? An exhibition where the queen and 5 houses would all gather, as for my plan. I may be able to use this. I folded a piece of paper and placed it in my pocket. Me out here stealing stuff. Lily and Edward descended the stairs to the first floor as I polished the railing.
あら、お掃除 精が出るわね。ねえエド、5家の方々はいつお見えになるのかしら。
Oh, are you cleaning? You're such a hard worker, young lady. Ed, will you be... When will the 5 houses arrive?
姉上、遊びに来るわけではないんですよ。来ても話し相手になる暇はないと思います。
They aren't here to hang out or fool around. Even when they got here, I doubt they'd have time to chat with you.
あら嫌だ。もちろんわかっているわよ。でも晩餐会は開くでしょ。
I know that, of course. You're silly. But there's going to be a banquet, isn't there?
おもてなしするのは私だもの。誰がいつ到着するのか、全員揃うのはいつなのか、知っておきたいと思うのは当然だわ。
I will be hosting it, so naturally I want to know who is coming and when they will be here. Lily is playing hostess. I suppose she's acquainted with the 5 house members.
確かにそうですね。それならお伝えしておきますが、最初に到着するのはアルさんかライナだと思います。
He looks a lot like the prince in... My next life as a villainess, I had to think really hard. I was like, what is it? What is it? What am I picturing? Blonde. You have a point. In that case, I believe Al and Lynn will arrive
ルーカ
first.
スさんはタウンハウスにはいらしているようですが、お屋敷から出たくないとのことで、こちらにお見えになる時期はまだわかりません。
As for Lucas, he seems to be at his townhouse, but he doesn't want to leave yet. I have no idea when he'll be coming. Townhouse, the Roman residence of aristocrats. These manors are for nobles when they leave their domains during social season.
アスコットさんは気が乗ったらと連絡をもらいましたが、それでは困るので、なるべく急ぐようにお伝えしたところです。
Ascot told me he'd only come if he felt like it, but that caused problems, so I told him to get here as soon as possible. The way Edward spoke of the others hinted at their relationship. The 2 he called by nicknames were likely the house Cresswell and Ward. I wonder if he isn't as close with Sullivan or Lindell. Maybe it'll be easier to tell once I see them talking face to face.
まあ、昔は肩を並べて戦った5家も肩なしね。自由気ままでまともりがないじゃないの。今の5家は陛下のために結束できるのかしら。
I'm not surprised. The 5 houses used to fight side by side, but we lack coherence now. Though they're also free-spirited, I wonder if they can unite for Her Majesty.
そうできるよう努力します。
I'll do my best to make it happen. Edward was in some kind of mood, but Lily paid him no mind as she walked down the hallway. I watched Edward follow her, encouraged when something came to mind based on their conversation. It looks like the 5 houses aren't united. Hopefully I can use that in my advantage. I needed to know who those 4 really were. I needed to know my enemies. With that in mind, I finished my duties and headed to the next chore. Here I am, obtaining charms. Oh, garden too. And dining room again. Please. Okay, wait. Nope, I saw it. I saw it.
お仕事中にごめんなさい。今大丈夫かしら。
Sorry for interrupting your work. May I have a moment of your time? Lily peered in the front door. Charlotte and I stopped cleaning and looked up.
お嬢様、いかがなさいましたか？
How can I help you, my lady?
新しい子がこの家に馴染めているか気になって。ローズさんだったかしら？
I was just wondering if the new young lady has gotten used to the house yet. It's Miss Rose, right? Yes, please call me Rose. I am not worthy of being called Miss by you, my lady.
主だなんて、私にそんなに気を使う必要はないのよ。この家の主はあくまでお父様ですもの。
There's no need to be so considerate around me either. Father's the real lord of this house.
それに、私は一度結婚してこの家を出た身。お嬢様と呼ばれるのも本当は恥ずかしいわ。
Besides, I'll be leaving this house once I remarry. Being called my lady is rather embarrassing. The sorrow in her expression reminded me of the so-called incident Evelyn had told me about. It's not like I can ask her about it here, and the mansion's residents are holding their tongues too. I guess I'll ask Gonrel about it.
シャルロッテとはもう仲良くなったのかしら。
Have you gotten closer to Charlotte yet? I glanced at Charlotte. She seemed frightened for some reason. She's a very kind mentor. I hope we can build a relationship based on mutual trust. I didn't flatter her too much, but I didn't keep her at an arm's length either. It was a rather neutral answer.
よかったわ。女の子が増えて、最近邸内も華やかに感じているの。ぜひうちで長く働いてもらえると嬉しいわ。
That's great to hear. The mansion feels brighter and more beautiful these days now that there are more girls around. I hope you can work for us for a long time. Lily smiled charmingly. I tried to smile back, attempting to avoid being rude. I am undeserving of such words.
この屋敷でもし何か不自由があったら遠慮なく相談してちょうだい。シャルロッテも彼女が早くなれるように仲良くしてあげてね。
And if you have any problems, feel free to let me know. Yes, Charlotte, make sure to get along with her so you can get used to her. So she can get used to it here quickly. Understood, I'll do my best. Lily nodded, satisfied with Charlotte's answer, then left the room. I love her little everything. I love her everything. I love her little bag on her hip. I think I made a thumbnail of her because I thought she looked so cute. Like, that's great. That was nerve-wracking. I glanced at Charlotte suspicious. Was there a wall between Lily and the servant as well? Charlotte steadied herself, then explained.
すみません。でもお嬢様があんな風に明るくはしゃいでいらっしゃるの初めて見て驚きと緊張が同時に来てしまって。
For just a second, sorry, on the camera, it looked like this was a like cardboard box, and I was like, I have a cardboard box over there, but it's a fridge. It's a fridge. It's fine. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've seen her ladyship acting so bright and cheerful. I'm surprised, and it makes me nervous. Oh, really?
はい、お嬢様、普段はフィリップさんとしかあんまりお話しされないんです。それにぼんやりしてお庭におられることも多くて。
It's true. Her ladyship usually only talks to Philip, and she spends most of her time idly in the garden. I'd only just arrived and barely had any contact with Lily, so I had no idea what she was normally like. Is having more women in the mansion really a reason to celebrate? The only high-ranking aristocrat I know is Mother, so I'm not sure.
でも元気になられてきたのかもしれない。
Maybe she's feeling better. That's a good thing. Charlotte smiled joyfully, her dust cloth clutched in one hand. Then she seemed to remember where she was.
ごめんなさい。今のはあくまで私の受けた印象のお話で、早く拭き掃除を終わらせちゃいましょう。
Oh, I'm sorry. And at the end of the day, that's just my impression of her. Let's finish wiping down the floors. Haha, you're right. Let's get this over with. I resumed cleaning, Lily's behavior and Charlotte's words still in the back of my mind. I finished gathering the fallen branches.
おお、てか早っ。いや、ありがとう。あっちもお願いしてもいいか。
That fast? Oh no. I mean, thanks. Can you help me collect more over that way too? Sure.
よし、こっちの大きい鉢を動かすか。フィリップ、手を貸してくれ。
Alright, we should move this big pot next. Philip, lend me a hand.
はいよー。よし、持つぞ。
Sure thing, I can grab it.
よっと。なあ、5家の方々って会議しに来るだけなのかな。
Here we go. I say, are the 5 houses only here for that meeting?
だと思うけど、なんで？
I think so. Why?
妖精の能力ってやつを見てみたいんだよ。俺たちヒューマにとっては能力どころか、羽を目の当たりにすることもあんまりないだろう。
I just wanted to see what a fae's power is like, that's all. Us humanes rarely get a chance to see their wings, let alone powers. Wings, thin, delicate limbs that pure fae, demi-fae, and mingles are born with. The number, size, and beauty of the wings correlate with the power of their owners. Wings are incorporeal, and those who have them tend to keep them out of sight.
ああ、そういうことか。けど多分、合計会議で羽を出す機会なんてないんじゃね？
Oh, I don't think they'll spread their wings at the meeting, though.
と、女王を警護するときなんかは万全の体制で臨むらしいから、羽も出してるし、力を使うこともあるんだろうけど。
They usually take all necessary precautions when guarding the queen, so maybe they'll show them off then.
どっちにしろ、俺たちが目にするチャンスなんてそうそうないって。
Either way, the chances of us seeing them are pretty slim.
やっぱりそうか。結局このお屋敷で働いてても、豪家の方々は俺たちにとって雲の上の存在なんだな。
I guess that's just the way it is, huh? The members of the five houses are beyond our reach, even if we do work in one of their
ここで
mansions.
働けてるだけでラッキーだと思えよ。よし、下ろすぞ。
You should consider yourself lucky to work here, alright? Let's put this down.
ありがとう、助かった。次はあっちのベンチを動かすか。
Phew, thanks for helping me out. I guess we gotta move this bench next. Citizens sure do consider the five houses special, huh? While some lament over the hierarchical society, others admire it. The queen, as well as the five houses, protected the country. That was undeniable fact. I braced myself. The queen wasn't my only formidable opponent. I was about to turn a corner into the long gallery when I heard a voices and pause.
旦那様、傍流のモーガン家から近いうちに挨拶に来たいと申し出がありました。
My lord, we've received a letter from House Morgan, one of our branches, saying that they're want to
し
stop
かし
by.
モーガンは近年力の弱いユニークばかり生まれているようですな。ヒューマとの根結が進んだ結果かと思いますが。
However, it appears they have only given birth to demi-fae with weak powers in recent years. This might be a result of their increased mating with humanes.
かの家は特にそうだったな。悪しき風潮だ。この国と陛下をお守りするのに必要なのは、我ら強きユニーク。
They have always
アン
been
パ
that
モン
way.
は必要ない。
It is a bad habit of theirs. We need strong demi-fae to protect Her Majesty and the country, not useless
と
ones.
はいえヒューマがこの国で重宝されているのもまた事実。妖精の
Regardless,
血よりを取るからこそ生まれる発想もあります。
humanes are still highly valued in this country. Some believe they are born precisely because their blood is weaker than that of a fae.
その発想が陛下のお心を引きつけているというのもまた事実か。皮肉なものだな。挨拶に来ると言っているのは次期当主か？
The fact also remains that this belief captures Her Majesty's heart. How ironic. Who exactly will be visiting the next head of the house? Sorry, I moved and I thought my desk shook, but it was not my desk, it was me. I shook.
はい。ただ、次期当主とはいえ、能力はそれほどではないと聞いています。
I get scared if my desk shakes because my camera will shake because it's attached to the desk. Indeed, though I've heard he doesn't have any especially great abilities despite being the heir.
ならば会う価値もない。極端に力の弱い者は一族から追放せよとだけ通達しておけ。
Then there's no point in meeting him. Notify them that anyone extremely weak is banned from meeting my family.
承知いたしました。
Understood. Nicholas suddenly turned to my direction. Can he see me?
どうかしたのか？
What's wrong?
いえ、気のせいだったようです。私も猛録してきたのやもしれません。
Nothing. I must be seeing things. It seems I must be getting a little senile.
何を言うかと思えば。部屋へ戻る。
Ha, I was wondering what you were about to come out with. I'm going back to my room.
かしこまりました。
Very well. Once the pair had disappeared, I finally let out a breath I'd been holding. That gave me quite a fright. How did he sense me from so far away? I really need to be more careful around Nicholas. Also, as I tried to calm my pounding heart, a thought came back. I thought back to the two men's conversation. Edmund is apparently a complete meritocrat. Meritocrat? If that's how he treats weak demi-fae, I bet he doesn't even see powerless mingles as people. I left. The fact that he had such a different way of thinking from his son could prove useful in the future. I felt. I didn't. No, I left. I left, period, I guess. Maybe she just left the room. I was headed to the storehouse to put away some things when I heard some voices coming from the servant's
エブ
office.
リン、こちらの繕い物は終わっているか？
Evelyn, have you finished mending these yet?
はい終わっています、
I have. Nicholas and Evelyn were inside.
ああ、仕上げも文句なしだ。お前に頼んで正解だったな。ありがとう。
Everything looks perfect. I made the right choice in giving this to you. Much appreciated. In Nicholas's hand was a bedspread that Evelyn asked me to mend the other day. It was a task she had given me because she couldn't bear watching me finish my work early. I found it surprisingly immense and had a lot of fun with it. Finishing my work quickly isn't enough. I need to pay attention to my surroundings. I was grateful, though, since it made me realize how hard it was to assign work. However, Evelyn seemed uncomfortable.
どうかしたのか？複雑そうな顔だが。
Is something wrong? You have a complex look on your face.
ああそれ実は繕ったの私じゃないんです
I didn't exactly patch that up.
違うのか。では一体誰が？もしや。
So it wasn't you? Who could it have been then? Are you telling
は
me?
いお察しの通り新入りのあの子です
It's exactly what you think. The new girl did it.
彼女仕事がとても早くて丁寧なんですけど早すぎて回すものがなくなってしまってそれでその繕いをお願いしたんです
She works quickly and carefully, but she's so fast that I run out of task for her. I asked her to mend it so she had something to
そ
do.
うだったのか。
I see, but Nicholas inspected the bedsheet again. After a moment, he looked at Evelyn
お
amusedly.
前がこういう仕事を他者に割り振るとは。お眼鏡にかなうだけの働きをしている。ということだな。
For you to assign this task to someone else means the person is up to your standards.
試すという意味は全くありませんでしたただ普段の仕事ぶりを見て任せても問題ないと思っただけです
I absolutely did not intend to test her. I simply saw her work and thought I could trust her with this job.
頼まれた仕事を勝手に新入りにやらせてしまい申し訳ございませんでした
I apologize for making the newbie do my assignment. Nicholas shook his head as Evelyn
そ
apologized.
こで自分の手柄にしないのがお前の良いところで、信頼がおける部分だと私は考えている。
I appreciate the fact that you haven't taken credit for another's work. That makes you trustworthy.
それに、この仕上がりが見事なことは事実。であれば、叱責する必要もないだろう。今度から彼女に頼む仕事を私も考える。
Furthermore, there is no denying that she did a perfect job, so I do not intend to scold you. I'll help you figure out what jobs to give her next time. My heart warmed a little at the relieved look on Evelyn's face. If she kept quiet, no one would have even found out. She's very honest. My opinions on Evelyn changed a little, but I reminded myself not to let my guard down. It was about to turn around, but then... I felt like I'd made eye contact with Nicholas. My heart skipped a beat. I took an instinctive step back and quietly left. I locked the door just to be safe and placed the crystal shards I had gathered on my desk. Other people don't seem to see these shards, but they really are beautiful. Oberon, I've collected some shards. I poked my pocket watch, calling him. After some time, he appeared.
手際がいいじゃないか。
You're pretty good at this. A single robin came out of the pocket watch. This would normally be surprising, but I had gotten used to it by now. It was because this bird was actually the person I had formed a contact with, the Fae King Oberon. Fae King, a special entity who protects pure Fae and has a duty of assisting the Fae Queen. His original role was... This was not his true form, though. He only transforms into a bird temporarily, so he was able to fit inside the pocket watch. There were many things I wanted to tell him, but I didn't have the time. I got straight to the point. Thanks for the insincere compliment. Anyways, what should I do with these?
教えるなんて必要もないぐらい簡単だ。似た性質を持つ情報は色が近い。ほら。
It's so simple, I shouldn't even have to teach you. Information with similar characteristics will be the same color. The shards he pointed to with his feathers were indeed all red.
右手で握り込んで意識を集中させるんだ。そうすれば見える。
Grab them with your right hand and concentrate, you should be able to see
かけ
it.
らが少なすぎると見れない。ちょっと足りないぐらいなら強めた仕様の手の力を発揮すれば見れる。と思う。
If you have barely any shards, you won't be able to see it. However, if you are only missing a few, it should be visible with your face sight hand. That's a bit vague.
はいはい。そういう苦情は見れなかった時しか受け付けません。レクチャーは終わりだ。
Nope, nope. I'll only take complaints if you try it out first. End of discussion. Wait, I'll give it a try, so don't...
ああ、かけらはあくまで一時的な具現化。時間が経つと消えてしまうから、見るか見ないか判断は早くすることだ。
Right, those shards are only temporary essence. They'll disappear over time, so you need to decide whether or not you want to see the memory quickly. See you later. Just like that, Oberon took his leave without even listening to what I had to say. He could have stayed until I tried it first. I'd get nowhere if I stayed here just being upset. Collecting myself, I reached for the shards. The 5 houses of... The floor plans for the exhibition venue, it seems important. I wonder if... The 5 houses are a pillar of the nation, all of my enemies. What ideology drives them? I wonder who dropped it. The 5 houses are a pillar of our nation, all of them my enemies. What ideologies drive them? Are they united?
次のゴケ会議にはエドワード。お前にバーンスタイン家の代表として出てもらう。
Edward, I want you to represent House Bernstein in the next 5 Houses conference. Is this Edmund's voice?
承知しました。ですが、なぜこのタイミングなのです？
Understood. If I may ask, why now of all times?
むしろこれ以上のタイミングはなかろう。他の一族も代替わりが進んでいる。まさか自信がないとは言わないな。
The timing couldn't be better. In fact, other households are proceeding with installing their new heads. You're not going to tell me that you lack the confidence, are you?
もちろん申しません。任じられたからには立派に務めを果たしてみせます。
Of course not. I shall do my best in order to fulfill my duties properly now that I've been appointed.
我が一族で現状、私に次ぐ力を持っているのはお前だ。
You're currently the most powerful in this house after me. Do you understand what that means?
この国のすべての民と兵を。
Absolutely, for all the people in this country.
違う。
That's not it.
間違える。ゴ家は女王陛下とこの国を守護するためのもの。すべての民を守る必要はない。
Make no mistake, the 5 houses protect Her Majesty and the country. You do not protect the people.
父上、お言葉ですが、民あってこその国です。力ある者は弱き者を助ける義務があります。
Father, with all due respect, a country only exists because of its people. The powerful are obligated to help the weak.
何度も言っているだろう。弱き者はこの国に不要だ。いい加減、その脆弱な考え方を捨てろ。
I believe I've told you this repeatedly. Weaklings aren't needed in this country. Rid yourself of those ideals already.
それに今のお前に一体何ができている？ビビたる施しで何か国は変わったか？
What have you accomplished thus far? Has your charity changed this country in any way?
それは
About that.
理想論を語ったところで何も変えられない。合計筆頭としての責務を果たすことだけを考えろ。
Nothing will ever change if you hold on to that idealism. Focus on fulfilling your duty as the head of one of the 5 houses.
この話は終わりだ。出て行け。
This conversation is over. Get out. Ooh. This has to be Edmund's memory. I can sense concern for Edmund. Those two have extremely different views. If the members of the 5 houses think like Edmund, though, they're all way too arrogant. In this country, nobles come in second only to the queen. With the head of the 5 houses being in a league of their own, my family has been one of them too once upon a time. My father, mother, and brother treated everyone equally. However, they never dismissed anyone just because they were weaker than themselves. There was no release for the anger and irritation that fueled me. This isn't just anger though. What is this? Dark feeling, some sort of expectation maybe. I have no clue whatsoever. That's all the information this shard has. What kind of information can I gain from the other shards?
それじゃあフル頼んだよ。この書類はすべて私の部屋に運んでおいてくれ。
Now Phil, take all these documents to my room.
了解っす。
Hey, sir.
ねえフィル、エドに何を頼まれたの？
Phil, what did Ed ask you to do?
ですね。御家会議で使う博覧会の資料を部屋に運ぶように言われました。
I was told to carry these documents about the exhibition to his room. He needs them for the 5 houses conference.
博覧会。確か陛下もお出ましになるのよね。私もぜひお供したいわ。
If I recall correctly,
今度会ったらお願いしてみたくちゃ。
Her Majesty will be attending the exhibition, won't she? I'd love to accompany her. I'll ask the next time I see
リ
her.
リー様はまた陛下のところへ行かれるおつもりで？
Are you planning on going in Her Majesty's place again, Lady Lily?
とても楽しみね。博覧会。胸が弾むわ。
I am. I really am looking forward to the exhibition. I'm so excited.
ああ、やべ。
Yikes. This is probably Lady Lily's memory. It looks like she was eavesdropping on their conversation. I can feel excitement in this memory. It seems to stem from her anticipation for the exhibition. Now that I think about it, both of them called Philip by his nickname. Aren't they just Lord, Lady, and Servant? There's no point in mulling it over. Maybe I should give this paper to Philip later. It's probably his. Is this the kitchen? Who's talking?
怖いの。私、すぐに死んじゃうんじゃないかな。
Oh, I'm scared. I feel like I'm gonna die soon.
それってミングルは寿命が短いって言われてるのを恐れてるの？でもあんたはユニークでしょ？気にしすぎじゃないの？
It's just that whole Mingles have shorter lifespan thing again. Are you really scared of that? You're a demi-fae, remember? You worry too much.
私はこの場所にいられるから、かろうじてユニークって名乗れるだけだから。
I can only call myself a demi-fae because I work here.
関係ないって。誰だっていつ死ぬかはわからないんだから、ユニークとかミングルとか気にすることないんじゃないかな。
Who cares? All of us are going to die one day, no matter if we're a demi-fae or Mingles.
そんなこと言ったら、俺なんて何の力もないただのヒューマだぜ。 妖精の血も引いてなくて非力だからすぐ死ぬかも。
Besides, when you put it that way, I may die even sooner. I'm just a weak, powerless humane. No fairy blood flowing through these veins.
あら、それを言ったら私もなんだけど、この国で真に永遠なの女王陛下ぐらいでしょ。みんな短いわよ、あの方に比べたら。
Now that you mention it, the same goes for me. Her Majesty is the only eternal being in this country. Everyone's lifespan is short compared to hers.
ここでこうして働いていられる。それだけで幸運だって思った方が人生明るいぜ。
Your lifespan will be so much brighter if you think about how lucky you are for having the opportunity to work here instead. Oh, yay.
今は休憩中。紅茶が飲みたいと思って来たんだけど、なんだか深刻な話をしているみたいだね。
Are you on break right now? I was hoping to get some tea, but it seems like you're having a rather serious discussion. Whose memory is this? Their thoughts are so calm as calm as a still lake. Even when they're talking, I wouldn't be surprised if they wind up weeding out the weak. I also sensed a hint of mockery in their thoughts. Where did that come from? If this belongs to one of the 4 people in the memory, then their words and inner thoughts don't match. I don't expect any of them to think that way. Well, it sounds like it could be him. I think the butler in training is sus. And with this, I've checked all the shards I've collected. These memories may be fragments, but I'll try to remember all of them nonetheless, including the emotions I felt while watching them. As for this note... I'm a bit anxious, so I'll burn this later on. Stuffing the note I took today into my apron pocket, I went right back to work.
手が空いてるならちょっと手伝ってもらえるか。
Oh, if you're free right now, can you help me up a bit? Understood.
これは
Well, I messed up. This is... Tackling a full work schedule after using my power so much is exhausting. Massaging the area between my brows on a whim, I reached down for the paper I hidden in my pocket for not a second later. Someone's there. I guess I was imagining things. I didn't see anyone around,
まさか
however.
こんなところに子ネズミがいたとは。
Okay, so the choices were burn it or don't burn it. My choice was don't burn it because I thought she would give it to him, not hide it. I must say I never expected to find a rat in this place. What? He's behind me. By the time I tried to turn around, it was too late. The impact felt blunt against my back. Someone stabbed me? Who are? As I collapsed, I pushed all of my strength into my neck, trying to turn and see my assailant. His voice rained down
お前の
ruthlessly.
存在は害にしかならない。ここで消えてもらおう。
Pestilent vermin, I shall eliminate you right here, right now. A gleaming blade swung down on my head. My world was dyed crimson red. Huh. Oh, good
お嬢の
flow
好きな
chart.
話を選ぶんだろ。俺はどこにでもついていくだけさ。
Does it have a branch? Oh, branch is my favorite. Oh, gosh. She who disappeared unnoticed. I like it because it helps you keep track of all the ways. Like, there's another bad ending. There's a lock. That's cool. That's cool. Oh gosh, with a secret end? Oh no. There's 7.
君って本当に、いや、真面目なんだね。そうだ、せっかくだし、私が読んであげ。
So just the dictionary words. Oh, all the phase. I memorized the note, pocketed it, and left the room. After making sure no one was around, I threw the note into the stove, flickering flames. The slightest bit of carelessness could prove fatal. I need to be careful. She's right. She dies otherwise.
Ah, ちょうどいいところに。
Ah, good timing. I had just finished cleaning the premises when Philip called out to me. He seemed to be in a hurry.
俺、ニコラスさんに呼ばれてるんだけど、さっき旦那様にこの本を図書室へ戻すように頼まれちゃってさ。
Mr. Lickless called for me, you see, but his lordship asked me to return this book to the library
ニ
too.
コラスさんの方はトラブルっぽい雰囲気だから早く行かないと怒られそうだし、悪いんだけど代わりに戻しておいてくれないかな。
It looks like Mr. Nicholas is in a bind, so I'm afraid I'll be scolded if I don't hurry. Can you return the book for me? Of course.
助かった。後でちゃんとお礼するよ。
I owe you big time. I'll thank you properly later. Philip winked, then hurried down to the basement. This may be my chance. Even if someone finds me, I can just make the excuse that I'm there to return the book. Finding time for myself was challenging with a job like this. Okay, so I'm convinced. Philip, this butler in training, is a bad guy. I'm convinced. Why? Because he's so nice. And you can be an adorable idiot, but also be a terrible man. If I used this as an excuse, I might be able to learn something about House Bernstein in the library. Then again, I'm not sure any documents stating who left the Bernstein mansion from my hometown 8 years ago even exist. If I could just find a single clue, that would be enough. I've memorized the general arrangement of the books and other documents, and since I can't stay long, I'll return the book first. I looked at the shelves. The books were sorted first by genre and second by alphabetical order. I noticed an empty space on a bookshelf that seemed to belong to the book. I doubled. I doubted I could reach it, though even if I stretched. I found a stepladder in the corner of the room and placed it in front of the bookshelf. I'm already halfway up the ladder and I still can't reach it. I glanced at the towering bookshelves, then climbed to the very top of the ladder. Finally, I could reach it. This should be good, right? My relief was short-lived. I must have not positioned the stepladder properly, for it wobbled the moment I put the book in place. I'm falling. I'm not too far from the ground, but I shifted, figuring I wouldn't get hurt as long as I positioned myself properly, but then... Classic.
大丈夫。
Are you alright? Classic being saved. Oops, I made a video. Not what I meant to do. Are you alright? The next moment I found myself in someone's arms. It was so sudden I had no idea what had happened. That's what I wanted to say, at least. It was difficult to really say that when you were so close and staring at one another, though. That someone was Edward. Apparently, he had caught me when I fell off the ladder, much to my dismay.
間に合ってよかった。脚立ごと君が倒れそうになっているのを見て。
Thank goodness I made it. I rushed over here when I saw you lost your balance. Thank you very much, Lord Edward. I appreciate your help. I can't tell him I could have managed on my own. Things will be easier if everyone views me as a fragile, harmless maid, but how would a frail maid respond in a situation like this? Judging by his gentle eyes and soothing tone, I doubt he had any ulterior motive. Nevertheless... We were so close that we could hear one another's breathing. I even thought I could feel his heart beating. I want to tell him to let go of me, but I'm not sure if servants are allowed to make demands like that. I hadn't really expected the need to deal with such a situation. Edward seemed genuine, too, with only troubled me more.
失礼。こんな風に女性に触れるものではなかったね。
Pardon me, one shouldn't touch a woman like this. Edward gave me a little space, ever the gentleman.
見たところ怪我はなさそうだけれど、どこか痛めたりはしてない？
Are you hurt anywhere? You don't seem injured. I'm fine, thank you. Thanks to you, Lord Edward. I added the thanks to you on purpose, thinking it would help make me sound more grateful. But for some reason, Edward looked awkward.
普段はぶしつけに女性へ触れたりはしないんだけれど、君が怪我をしないようにと考えたら、ああすることしかできなくて。
I'm not usually so ill-mannered of a man that I would touch a woman like that, but I had no choice. I didn't want you to get hurt.
でも、君にとっては気分がいいものではなかっただろう。
I'm sure I've made you uncomfortable. I'm very sorry about that. Philip is indeed correct. He is the epitome of a fine young man, abounding with kindness. This only makes things harder for me. He was a true gentleman. He treated me as a woman rather than as a servant, apologizing for touching me. Dealing with him would be harder than someone openly hostile. Hence, I endured the conversation quickly. I'm fine. There is nothing to be worried about. I should return to my work.
ああ、待って。君とはちゃんと話したいと思ってたんだ。挨拶も途中になってしまったし。
Wait a moment. I wanted to talk to you. We couldn't even introduce ourselves properly last time. I blinked at the hand Edward held out to me.
改めて。ようこそ、バーンスタインへ。何か困ったことがあったら、遠慮せず相談するんだよ。
He's not my favorite. I would say he's like second to last, next to the one that looks like a jester, like a man who hurts himself for laughs. Once again, welcome to House Bernstein. If you have any issues, don't hesitate to come to me.
それから、今度こそ、
Now,
君の名前を聞いてもいいかな?
would you mind telling me your name? Oh, I didn't check with Yandere in this one. I doubt. Well, we could. I mean, she can die. She's already died once. His outstretched hand reminded me of yesterday, except it was just the two of us this time. No one was here to correct him. He blabbered about touching a woman rudely earlier, yet he offered a handshake so casually. His personality is troublesome too. If I refuse to shake his hand, he may become even more concerned, thinking something's wrong. I gathered my thoughts and accepted the hand Edward offered. My name is Rose Cottonley. Thank you for your concern, Lord Edward. I shall put in my best effort at work.
ローズ。いい名前だね。礼儀正しい有能な子だと聞いたよ。
Rose, what a beautiful name. I heard you're courteous and capable because you know my name. His warm hand tightly grasped my own, and he gave me a bright, cheerful, carefree smile. Edward tilted his head, still smiling. It only made me feel uncomfortable.
でもそんなにかしこまらないで。私は主人と使用
I'm
人
gonna
ではなく、
check how many
君
chapters
た
are in
ち
the
と対
prologue.
等に会話したいんだ。
Mistonia, look at that. I remembered S before the T. I look at just to make sure I got that right. Mistonia. I spelled prologue so wrong. What just happened there? Oh, I put prologue, but it's common route. Chapter 2, chapter 3. There's 3 chapters in the common route. There's not to be need to be so respectful though. I'd like to talk to you as an equal, not lord and servant.
この屋敷に来てくれた歓迎の意味を込めて、私から一つ贈り物をしているんだけれど、君は今何か必要なものはあるかな?
Although this, okay. I could be thinking too much, and I like to do that sometimes, so that's fine. This could be a good example of how he's really fake, right? He's trying so hard to get this view that he's considerate and kind and nice. So he's like, hey, I want to buy you a gift. It's to show you. Not different than you. And that could be really fake. So it could be him. He could be a yandere. They do like to make the blondes yanderes. They really like to make the blondes yanderes. And this is his house. So if he were to lock us up and mistreat us, it'd be the easiest one to do that because we're in his house. Maybe. I also think the butler guy could be bad because, one, he's also being trained. So he could be training to be the replacement for the current butler, who is obviously a little sneaky. He did kill us over a letter. She also memorized the letter, but didn't tell us what was in the letter. Sus. I'd like to give you a gift as a token of my appreciation for coming to this house. Is there anything you'd like? Ah, that must be the custom Philip spoke of. The custom. I'm honored, but I yearn for nothing. I tried my hardest to avoid looking bad by refusing. Only I couldn't come up with anything I needed at the moment, no matter how hard I tried. There's nothing I want other than revenge. Sweet, sweet revenge. My apologies, I can't think of anything. The man looked even more apologetic than I did when I reluctantly admitted this.
謝らないでいい。困らせるつもりで言ったんじゃないんだ。それに、急いで答えをもらおうとも思ってないよ。
You don't need to apologize. I never meant to trouble you, and you don't need to give me an answer right now either.
よければゆっくり考えてみて。
Take your time.
また何日かしたら声をかけるから。
Give it some thought.
思いついたものがあれば教えてほしいな。
I'll come ask you again later. Let me know if you've come up with anything then. Edward spoke cheerfully as he reached for the fallen stepladder.
これはもう使わない？
Do you need this anymore? No, I don't.
なら、私が起こしておくよ。君はもう仕事にお戻り。
I'll put this back then. You can get back to
も
work.
し戻りが遅いと小言を言われたら、私に本探しを手伝わされていたと言っていいよ。
If they try to scold you for returning late, just say you were helping me find a book. He smiled at me one last time, then turned away gallantly. He truly was the epitome of a fine young man. This is really hard. I heaved a sigh, though the reason was probably different from most women's as I considered what awaited me.
御家会議はもう目前に迫っている。各自気を引き締めて仕事に臨むように。
The Five Houses conference is quickly approaching. Stay focused, everyone, and get to work. The servants all nodded solemnly at Nicholas's command. I have to support Evelyn and help cook. I hope I get the chance to explore the mansion more. I left the room with the other servants, who all dispersed to their respective posts. I kept an eye on things. First, I followed Evelyn's orders and cleaned the drawing room. I swept away the dust and polished the furniture, checking for any imperfections. Do we have fresh curtains, Evelyn?
あるけど、この前掛け替えたばかりよ。
We do, yes, but I changed them the other day. These are fraying a bit. It's not bad, but guests might notice, so I thought I'd mend them or change them out.
ほんとだ。よくこんな小さなほつれに気づいたわね。
Oh, you're right. I'm surprised you're even able to see a flaw that small. I simply happened to notice it when I touched the curtains.
ちなみにあんた、縫い物は得意よね。
By the way, you're good at sewing, aren't you? More or less.
じゃあお願いしていい？このカーテン、お嬢様のお気に入りなの。変えるよりは繕った方がいいと思うわ。
Can I leave it to you then? These curtains are her ladyship's favorite, so mending them would be better than changing them entirely. I'll get it done quickly then. Would you mind sparing me at least 5 minutes?
いいわよ。で、
Sure, what? No.
5分？あんたまさか5分で直すつもりなの？
Did you say 5 minutes? You can fix them in only 5 minutes? Evelyn raised her voice. Strange. Working quickly was always best, so why did she sound so shocked? Yes, I can. Is there something wrong with that?
ないわよ。ないけど。ああ、もう。ほら、早くやっちゃって。
Not really. Whatever. hurry up and fix it. This time she sounded irritated, though I didn't understand that either. I didn't give it much thought. Dwelling on something I didn't understand was useless after all, but then... Charlotte, should I leave the flower here?
はい、そちらにお願いします。でも、どうして小麦粉が必要だって分かったんですか?
Yes, thank you. How did you know I needed flour? Food stuff for the formal banquet just arrived, and I saw a lot of flour. Besides, you baked a good deal of bread this morning. Given all that, I concluded that you ordered flour for both the banquet and everyday use. It's nearly time to bake scones for afternoon tea and bread for tomorrow's morning, therefore I thought it best to bring you some flour.
その通りなんですが。
Well, you're not wrong. I suspect something was wrong with the way I approached things. This was confirmed during my next task. That's Evelyn and Charlotte.
あの新人やばいよ。
That newbie is something else. I was passing by the two women when I heard them talking about me. I stopped at the corner of the corridor. They didn't seem to notice me and continued their quiet chat.
私も行動を読まれてるみたいで少し怖いなって思ったかも。
I know, I feel like she can read my every move. It's scary.
わかる。気が利くのは間違いないし、仕事も超早いんだけど、表情筋が全然動かないから怖いのよ。
Exactly. She's undeniably thoughtful and does her work super fast, but she doesn't show any expression at all. It's so scary.
鉄仮面、ニコラスさん以上ね。
Her poker face is better than Mr. Nicholas's. This is no good at all. I never intended to get close to them, but discovering what was going on here would be difficult if everyone kept their distance. Do I need to connect with them better in order to achieve my goal? I want to ask John what I should do, but he'll probably worry about me again. I tried to figure out what to do myself, but sadly I had no idea how to grow closer to girls my own age. Gosh. Today was my long-awaited day off. Despite this, I didn't rush into the city excitedly. Instead, I visited a particular store on important business. I spotted the person I wanted to talk to at the back of the cluttered store. Hello, Jonrel.
久しぶりじゃないか。その様子じゃうまくやっていそうだね。
Hey, long time no see. You've been doing well, I take it. This is Gonrel, an ally of mine and John's. She was highly skilled informant in this area. The information she bought and sold was so accurate that no one knew where in the world she had even gotten it. Many mysteries surrounded Gonrel's, including her real name. Things are going well so far, I think. I hesitated, recalling how wary Evelyn and Charlotte were of me. This earned me an amused look.
今ちょっとめんどくさそうな顔したね。悩みがあるなら、私に相談してみるかい?
Too much of a bother to talk about it, eh? I can hear you out if you have any worries.
と言いたいところだけど、お嬢ちゃんはジョン坊や以外には腹は割らないか?
I know you won't open up to anyone but John Boy, but I'm willing to hear you out. As soon as his name was mentioned, the second person I had wanted to meet up with entered the store. John.
元気か?
My lady, how are you doing? So much going on. I'm doing well health-wise. I haven't seen any results from our infiltration plan yet, but I'll keep trying.
ならちょうどいい。前に教えた5家の情報で追加が入ったんだよ。聞きたいかい?
Perfect timing. I've learned additional information about the 5 houses. Want to hear it? Really? Of course. I want to hear it. But how much will it cost?
ああ、お嬢、大丈夫だ。今その情報分の働きを俺がしてきたからな。
It's alright, milady. I've taken care of everything. John took a blank note from his pocket and gave it to Gonrel, who chuckled and gave her thanks before offering us chairs. Was that the money for the information? Thank you, John, as always.
別にどうってことないよ。それに他の連中に売る代金よりも俺たちには安価で売ってくれてるからな。
Don't worry about it. She charges us less for info that other people, for some reason. John and I mentally prepared ourselves for the new information, but it seemed like she wanted to confirm something first.
さて、御家会議には各家の当主以外に次期当主や当主代理も参加するっていうのはこの間話したよね。
Remember how I told you the next head and the acting heads of each house will be attending the conference along with the current head? I do. It was brought up at the mansion too. The people are talking about before. The people you talked about before are definitely the attendees.
なら今日はもう少し突っ込んだところ、誰に近づけば有利に進められそうかって点に絞って人物像を教えておく。
She has all my interest with how she holds a pipe. Alright, I'll drive into details, give you pictures of them, and focus on who it would be adventurous to approach.
まず話しやすさで言うなら、エドワードとライナス。エドワードに関してはお嬢ちゃんの方がもう詳しいかもしれないね。
If you're looking for people who are easy to talk to, that would be Edward and Linus. I'm sure you've already know Edward better than I do. You're right, he is really easy to talk to. He'll speak to anyone regardless of social status. Chatting with him is driving me a little insane though.
何かされたか?
What did he do? I hesitated, unsure whether or not to tell him what had happened in the library. I chose against it in the end. I was unsure if I could explain it well enough. He's just so genuine that it makes me feel awkward. He's full of good intentions.
それは言えて妙だね。お嬢ちゃんの言う通り、坊ちゃんは叩いても誇り一つ出なかった。今のところは。
That description fits him perfectly. You're right, but he has secrets of his own, you know? Gonrel, who knew all of our goals, gave us a meaningful look. That meant she wasn't positive he had been involved in the incident 8 years ago. Go on.
Okay. で、ライナスについては、人懐っこくて明るいと、こちらもいい評判がほとんどだね。
Anyway, Linus is bright and friendly. Even I only have good things to say about him.
それでもウォード家はハウンズだろう。話しかけやすいとしても、お嬢が近づくのは危険だ。
But the wards are the queen's hounds. Even if he is easy to talk to, approaching him is still dangerous. Otherwise, the hounds, house ward, hunt down those who bear hostility towards the queen, placing great emphasis on anti-royalist. The people gave them their nickname in jest. Likening them to their ancestors. I don't know where I got nest. That's so weird.
まあね、危険ってのは合ってる。とはいえ、女王に近い人物だからこそ、やりようによっては使える相手だよ。
I agree, but he could be a useful ally exactly because he's close to the queen. As long as you know how to handle him.
話しやすくて女王に近いという点ではアスコットも同じなんだけど。
If you're talking about approachable people who are close to the queen, there's also Ascot. Is there an issue regarding him? Gonrel hesitated, looking at me, and then let out an awkward laugh.
女好きで有名な伊達男だからね。聞こえてくる噂も、どこぞの令嬢と浮き名を流しただの、男爵夫人に手を出しただの、色恋沙汰がほとんどだ。
He's famous, chivalrous, and known as a real ladies' man. Most rumors I've heard about him are related to love affairs, scandals involving young women or baroness, that sort of thing.
お嬢ちゃんが相手をするには、まだ荷が重いかもね。
He may be too much for you to handle. That's alright, I can deal with him, no problem. I felt like I was being treated like a child, but saying that only made me sound more childish in the end. Gonrel grinned, then patted my shoulder if to comfort me.
ま、あんまり力まずにやんなよ。それより、私がおすすめしたいのは次の2人。アルフレッドとルーカスさん。
Don't push yourself too hard. The next two people are the ones I'd recommend, Alfred and Lucas.
どちらも初見ではとっつきにくく思えるだろうが、アルフレッドはただ堅物なだけ。 誠意があると見せられれば近づける可能性がある。
Both may seem difficult to approach at first, but Alfred is a square. You can get close to him as long as you show him sincerity.
見せかけだけの誠意でいいのなら確かにやりやすいかもな。
All you have to do is pretend to be sincere. That sounds easy. John nodded as Gonwell
でも
Gunwell
バカ
continued.
でも無能でもない。それに次期当主や当主代理ってわけじゃなく、現当主っていう肩書きは伊達じゃないよ。
He is not stupid or incompetent, though. He is neither an heir nor an acting head, but his house's current head. And that title's not merely for
近
show.
づくつもりなら敵意があると悟られないよう慎重にね。
If you try to approach him, make sure he never finds out that you have hostile intentions. What about Lucas?
大の人嫌いだからまず懐に入るのが至難の技。逆に言うと懐に入ってしまえばこっちのも。
Oh, I hit the wrong button. I meant to screenshot. I was trying to screenshot. He hates people. So it's extremely hard to get close to him, but once you do, he's all yours.
ああいう手合いは一度心を開いた相手には弱いと相場が決まってるからね。
Needless to say, people like him are weak once they open their hearts to you. I see. I'll make sure to watch him closely when I run into him at the mansion.
そうしな。最後に一応言っておくと、エドマンドには近づかない方がいいよ。警戒心が強いし、女王への忠誠心も熱い。
Lastly, it would be best if you stayed away from Edmund. He's very cautious and loyal to the queen.
わざわざ危険な橋を渡らなくても、バーンスタインの情報を得たいなら、エドワードがいれば十分でしょ。
If you want information on Bernstein, Edward should be more than enough. That's a good point.
さて、今渡せる情報はこれくらいだ。お題はさっきもらってる。他も調べとくから、ジョン坊やには別の仕事を頼むよ。
That's all the information I have for you at the moment, and I've already received your payment. Well, I'll look into the rest. I have a job for John Boy.
明日はエデンまで届け物を。その後はジョージストリートのレストランへ給仕に行ってもらうから。できるだけ早く戻って。
Tomorrow, I'll have you deliver something to Eden and then work at a restaurant on George Street afterwards. Return as quickly as possible. Eden, the slum quarter spanning across the eastern Rokon, known as the final destination for those with nowhere to go. Its residents are the poverty-stricken underclass. Many are weak mingles or abandoned orphans.
なんで情報屋の手伝いなのにレストランで給仕することになるんだよ。
Why do I have to work as a waiter when I was supposed to be helping an informant?
そこで欲しい情報があるからに決まってるだろう。そもそも、あんたは文句を言えた立場なのかい？
Because that's where the information is. Duh. Are you really in a position to complain?
はいはい。行けばいいんだろ、行けば。
Fine, I just have to show up, right? I feel bad for putting such a burden on you, John. That said, you two seem to have grown pretty close. He might have been complaining, but I could sense the relaxed atmosphere between the two. John looked like he wanted to say something, but Gonrel let out a hearty laugh.
おやおや、そう見える？実は常連にもお前の旦那かって聞かれるんだよね。
Oh my! We look close, do we? To tell the truth, my regulars asked if he's my husband.
冗談にしてもないな。
I know you're joking, but no thanks.
あたしもお断りだわ。って感じだけど、安心した？
I don't want to marry you either. Anyways, that's enough about us. Are you relieved? What do you mean by that? I asked, having lost track of the conversation Gonrel sighed at John for some reason.
残念だね。
So sorry, John boy.
てな思い込みで人を憐れむな。
You better stop jumping to conclusions and taking pity on people for no reason. John frowned, then he turned to me and spoke in his usual tone.
お前は俺の心配なんかしなくていいから、自分の身の安全を第一に考えろ。い 一番危険に身をさらしてるのはお嬢なんだからな。
You don't need to worry about me, my lady. Focus on your own safety. You're the one who is in the most risk here. I know. Thank you for your concern, John. John wasn't just an ally in my plans for revenge. He was also a childhood friend. And of mine and my brother's. I thought she said, and like a brother. Oh god, I was gonna be like, oh no, not that. I guess he's never been able to face my brother if something were... He'd never be able to face my brother if something were to happen to me. That's it. He's just doing this because he's friends with my brother. My dead brother. Yeah. I appreciated his feelings for... and responded with honesty like usual, saying this before parting ways had become a habit. I left the shop satisfied with the information I had learned, despite not quite understanding the last bit of the conversation. I'm too awkward and strange to understand that a boy likes me. One day, about a month after I had arrived at the house Bernstein, I found myself busy with morning work.
お客様は私が応接室までご案内するから、あんたはお茶の準備をお願いね。
I'll take the guests to the drawing room. You prepare the tea. Understood. My opportunity to meet the houses outside the Bernstein had finally came. Alfred and Linus would be visiting the mansion for a preparatory meeting before the Five Houses conference started today. That sounded like a carriage. Either Alfred or Linus must be here already. I parted ways with Evelyn and headed to the kitchen. Then someone called to me from the top of the stairs.
Rose! ちょっと手を貸してくれよ。
Hey, Rose, lend me a hand. I looked up to find Philip coming downstairs with a stack of documents taller than he was.
これ、応接室に運べってニコラスさんに言われたんだけど、さすがに量が。
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
How could you? How could you hydrate me? Mr. Nicholas told me to carry this to the drawing room, but this is too much for me.
やべ。
Oh no! Before Philip could make it to the first floor, the stack teetered and plummeted to the bottom of the stairs. As papers landed on my head, I realized that someone else was in our midst. Does he protect me from papers? Good God. I guess. Seeing him for the first time, I thought he looked grumpy, though I suppose being cheerful in this situation would have been strange. Dad! Despite the comical circumstances, the man in front of me seemed to be in a bad mood. It was like he had never smiled before. Good, you guys get along.
なんだこれは。
And what is this? My apologies. It appears the documents I was supposed to collect fell from the second floor. I realized too late that the person who had spoken didn't live in the Bernstein Manor. Alfred and Linus were supposed to arrive today. Is he... I recalled Gonrell's information. The stern face didn't exactly make him look amiable. He was the perfect example of someone who looked difficult to approach. Right, whose voice is that? Wonderful question. I can actually look that up right now. This is Alfred, right? Alfred. Let's see. He is hiding the truth here. Oh my gosh. Wait, I see. I have it like all pulled up, but I don't have his name, like the voice actor's name. Usually it's like linked with this, like it says it right with it. What the heck? Oh wait, nope, that's also not gonna help. Web search. Apparently I'm broken and I don't know how to look up things anymore. Yuichi Umehara. Passelia from Radiant Tell. Surge from Genso Magica. Kohi Minato from Sympathy Kiss. Oh man, Minato. I miss that guy. Canis from Cafe Enchanté. You know, just a bunch of really great people. Oh, I just remembered. I wanted to check. What's that? Philip, I think it is like that. But yeah, I just love his range. He has such good range. Because, like, this voice is so deep, but, like, picture Pastelia. Like, such a soft voice. Oh my gosh. That's Lily. I'm trying to see if we have the voice actor for that one guy. Because that one guy... I don't see it. Oh well, it's okay. I just saw the word tsundere linked to somebody, one of the characters. Anyways. But yeah, Pastelia! It's Pastelia! It's Minato! I recalled Gonril's information. Also Canis. I love Canis. I just wish they would have... They didn't have to give us his face. They could have had hair. Or we could have kind of seen him in her eyes. He could have also had more chapters. The stern face didn't exactly make him look amiable. He was a perfect example of someone who looked difficult to approach. Lord Alfred Cresswell.
そうだ。案内も待たずに入って悪かったな。しかし、何度もここへは来ているが、こんな出迎えを受けるのは初めて。
With the papers hitting you, it wasn't intentional. That's me. I'm sorry for barging in, though I've been here many times. This is the first time I've been greeted in such a manner. My deepest apologies. I'll take you to...
Yeah.
No need. I thought he was angry from a sharp way he cut me off, however. Let's get this sorted first. I'll help. What a hero. A hunky hero. Like, look at this man. He made me think of the Mad Hatter the first time I saw him. Oh my gosh. He didn't smile or anything, but he didn't seem upset. Rather, he took the initiative to lend us a hand. Just realized my heating pad turned off and I'm sad now. His serious nature was made evident in the way he carefully collected the scattered documents. I was surprised that Alfred and Edward didn't look down on servants and even helped them out. Nonetheless, it lined up with Gonrel's info. Thank you very much. Being sincere will certainly work on someone like him. He shouldn't harbor any ill will towards a serious maid. I thanked him and quickly gathered the papers off the floor. Philip came down after collecting the documents that had fallen on the stairs. I apologize, Lord L. Al, I messed up. I can tell. Be more careful next time. I loved it. Understood. I'll take care of the rest so she can take you to... Don't worry. I know where the drawing room is. By the way, Alfred paused and turned to me. Naima, what's your name? Ooh, my name? It's Rose. Well then, Rose, if you happen to see Linus, tell him to come to the drawing room. Of course. My pleasure. Following his businesslike remark, Alfred quickly walked off. Philip sighed heavily once the figure disappeared from sight. What a relief. Things could have gotten bad if his lordship had seen the documents scattered all over. Lord Alfred seems kind. Oh, you think so too? Lord Al might be strict, but he doesn't boss us around or say anything outrageous. Instead, he lends a hand like it's not a big deal. Lord Ed admires him for that. Even Edward's name was brought up. I realized this was a good chance to gather information. I cautiously asked a question. You said Lord Edwards admires Lord Alfred. Does that mean the two are good friends?
仲がいいというには年が離れてるけど、エド様はアル様を五家の当主のあるべき姿として見習ってるって感じかな。
How far apart is that age? How old is my character? Who is the age of the rose? What is this rose's age? They're too far apart in age to be called good friends. Lord Ed sees Lord Al as an ideal head of house and is following his example.
アル様もエド様を嫌ってはいないと思うよ。ここにもよく来るしね。
I don't think Lord Al dislikes Lord Ed. He comes here often after all. You mentioned that before. As Philip gave me additional information, I drew a relationship chart in my head.
あ、そうそう。エド様と仲がいいといえば、ライナ様の方かな。年も近いし、子供の頃からの付き合いらしいから。
I guess Lord Ed is close to Lord Lynn. They're close in age and they're childhood friends.
と、仕事に戻るか。俺も、ライナ様を見かけたら声をかけておくよ。
Oops, I should get back to work. If I find Lord Line, I'll call him. Thank you. I'd gathered one piece of information after another. Now I'd take my time choosing what card I should play to achieve my goal. After I finished my task indoors, I set about cleaning the garden. I figured I should clean outside while I had the time since Alfred, one of our guests, was already holding a meeting in the mansion. Is something over by the shade tree? I approached what seemed to be a large object lying by the tree. As soon as I realized it was actually a person, the back of my hand started throbbing. Oh, goodness. Hey, Huh? What did you say? I held my trembling hand and tried to steady my breath for a moment. I was overwhelmed by the same sensation I experienced when I'd first arrived at the mansion. Why is my far sight hand acting up now? Of all times, I haven't touched anything, and what even was that? I wondered if it was something from my own memories, if it had ended so quickly that I barely remember what I had seen. I believe that was my hometown, Altbeek. But this person was the reason my farsight hand activated. He might be an important individual connected to the incident 8 years ago. I peered at him cautiously. Is he hot? Oh. He's fine. Contrary to my expectations, I found him sleeping peacefully. I felt a little silly for being so wary. The young man was curled up peacefully as he basked in the sun, showing no signs of waking. He looked so simple and innocent, like some sort of defenseless animal soaking up the sun. Let's kick him. He kind of reminded me of your brother. A dog. I blurted it out without thinking, but it fit him perfectly. Cats basked in the sun more often, but a dog felt better suited for him somehow. So he's a golden retriever. I muttered this to myself, realizing this wasn't what I wanted to recall, when the boy suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? Before I knew it, his hand had captured mine. Okay. I hadn't been being careless. He was surprisingly agile for someone who had just woken up. I couldn't have avoided him. My name is Rose. What is it? God. Why do you sound a little bit like Gil to me? God. Linus. Oh, Zom 100. Oh, this is just a regular actor or voice actor, not like. Oh, Koga 9 RIP. Sequel. He plays Hikaru in the summer Hikaru died. He's in nothing that I can see that's like I've played, so I don't recognize it. You're holding my hand.
ああごめん、なんだか懐かしい匂いがしたから腕が勝手に動いちゃって。
Sorry, I smelled something nostalgic and my hand just moved on its own.
って俺たち初めましてだよね。
Is this our first time meeting? I believe so. He let go of me surprisingly quickly, and I adjusted my posture. I was relieved that there was some distance between us now, but he leaned in close once again, staring directly at me. His searching eyes looked friendly, and yet they had the sharpness of the wild animal to them, perceptive and alert.
初めましてなのかな。
Are you sure we haven't met before?
あれというか君、顔色悪いよ。具合悪い？
You look pale. Are you feeling well? Should I call for someone? There's no need for that. I'm alright. More importantly, I felt like he could see through my dark desires if he were to keep staring at me like that, so I decided to talk instead. Are you Lord Linus, perhaps?
うん、そう。よくわかったね。
Yep, you sure know me well. I simply assumed since Lord Alfred has already arrived. Lord Alfred asked me to pass a message on to you if I happen to see you, Lord Linus. He wanted you to come to the drawing room.
Huh.
Huh. Linus looked perplexed. It seems like he had completely forgotten about the meeting and then had fallen asleep. He looked embarrassed, but not frustrated.
そっか。もうそんな時間か。わかった。すぐ行くよ。
Oh, I didn't realize it was that time already. Alright, I'll get going. Linus smiled, looked unnatural for some reason. I doubt he'd go right away, as he claimed. Regardless, my job here is done. Restless, I cleared the place up a little and decided to leave. Other side.
この匂い。
The sun.
知ってる気がするんだけどな。
Like I've smelt it somewhere before. Alfred and Linus had been visiting the Bernstein mansion for several days now. Today, servants from other households came to the mansion for a meeting prior to the Five Houses conference. However, those attending the meeting were senior staff, like Nicholas. Being nothing more than a maid, I continued cleaning like usual. I've finished cleaning the dining room. The Great Hall is currently in use, so I'll go straighten up the hallway next. Someone yelled outside the window as I made my way to the hallway, considering my next step of plan of action. What a disgrace of the family. I cannot believe a mingle like you stepped foot in another household mansion. What's going on? Normally I would have walked right past them. What I'd heard got on my nerves a little, so I looked out the window. We yelling at my girl. The first thing that caught my eye was Charlotte, who looked as if she were trying to shrink away, her head down. Standing in front of her were people I'd never seen before. Their backs were to the window, but judging by their uniforms, they were most likely maids from other households. Once again, they threw nasty comments at Charlotte. How did you become acquainted with the head of the house when you're not even a demi-fae? Based on their words and actions, it sounded like they probably envied Charlotte. Why is Charlotte letting them say such cruel things to her? Why isn't she fighting back? Charlotte stood there silently. She looked like she had given up, not even attempting to refute their words. This irritated me. She reminded me of my past self. I never had the desire to take revenge before. I had only wanted to die. Should I interfere and help her? I may be able to gain Charlotte's trust if I make a move. It was calculating, but Evelyn and Charlotte still kept their distance from me after all. After some thought, I decided to... We can save over this. That was just death. let's see what happens. I should win her over. A bluebell. I opened the window gently. Charlotte looked up and our eyes met. I said nothing nor gave her a signal and hastily lifted the bucket I had been holding. The thing was filled with dirty water. It was a bucket I used when wringing out my dust cloth. I dumped the dirty water on the maids' heads without hesitation as their backs were to the window. What in the world are you doing? They glared at me, soaked and trembling with rage. I replied nonchalantly. My apologies, my hand slipped. What on earth? How could a respectable family like House Bernstein hire both a mingle and someone so rude? Just you wait, I'll tell his lordship. After losing their tempers at my stoic expression, they threw the parting shot and quickly left. Ugh. A short time later, I went outside to fill the bucket with fresh water. Charlotte still stood in the exact same place. She came over as soon as she saw me. Thank you for saving me earlier. She could be full of resent. She could be evil. What if I hadn't intervened, if she would have changed? I merely opened the window because it was so noisy outside. I didn't do anything that deserves a thank you. Still, thank you anyway. Hearing her express her gratitude not once but twice convinced me that I'd gained her trust. Now that I had accomplished my goal, I wanted to get back to cleaning the mansion, but first I asked Charlotte a question. Are you a mingle? No, I'm a demi-fae, more or less. Her eyes widened at my question and she answered unsurely. In that case, you should have more confidence. I don't think you deserve to be oppressed, even if you are a mingle. If you're going to live in this country, I don't think it's a good idea to keep being mistaken for a mingle. I know. You have a point. Charlotte nodded bashfully. It looked like she had something on her mind. I wasn't trying to encourage her or anything. It just felt like the thing to say. It had been a while since I'd been motivated by anything other than revenge. Still, I'd only acted on a whim. Just a whim. It was only later that my impulsiveness bore fruit. When I entered the kitchen to help the meal prep, Evelyn and Charlotte's eyes lit up. Charlotte, tell me what happened. I thought you were nothing more than a stick in the mud, but you're better than I thought. Evelyn! Don't say that about her. She was really cool earlier. Plus, she encouraged me. Right, they're talking about what happened in the garden earlier. It didn't really matter whether or not they talked to me, but the walls they'd built seemed to have started coming down thanks to that. Are you not going to start cooking? So you're still gonna be like this, even though this one praised you a ton? Oh well, after hearing her story, I guess you only talk that way to hide how shy you are. That's not like I really minded or anything. Evelyn jumped to her own conclusions and then quickly got back to work. I helped Charlotte at first, but the girl was so efficient in the kitchen that I found myself twiddling my thumbs. I can just do nothing. What should I do? I can't just do nothing. What should I do? Ooh, let's not help with seasoning. That seems personal. Plating. Since the dishes had already been prepared, I decided to help with plating everything. Charlotte, I finished plating the food. Is there anything else I can help you with? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wait, what are these? What's all the ruckus? Whoa. Charlotte, Evelyn, and even Philip, who had only come to find out what the fuss was about, froze when they saw my plating. What did I do? Does that look bad? I thought I'd failed yet again.
芸術作品みたいじゃない。
They're works of art.
はい。整然と並べられたローストビーフ、品よく添えられたマッシュポテト。
No. Oh, no. I know, the roast beef is neatly arranged and the mashed potatoes are sophisticatedly added to the
ソー
plate.
スも綺麗な模様を描いていて、食べるのがもったいないくらい。
Even the sauce was added in a beautiful pattern. It's almost a shame to eat it.
なんか料理が神々しく見える。君、掃除だけじゃなくて料理の盛り付けも完璧なのかよ。
These dishes look divine. I had no idea you were so good at plating food. I thought cleaning was your only forte. I realized that plating food was just one more skill that John had drilled into me and would prove very useful. After the commotion had settled down, Evelyn burst out laughing.
あんた、いろいろ意外すぎ。表情が変わらないだけで、実は中身はかなり面白いんじゃない？
I never know what to expect with you. You always have a poker face, but you're really something else.
私もそう思います。
I think so too. I didn't understand why they were laughing, but I suppose I managed to make them open their hearts to me. Good. After I finished cleaning the mansion, I headed into the city. I'd become more familiar with the servants after the incident in the kitchen. Now they had entrusted me with grocery shopping. I need to try and get along with them. It'll be easier for me to head outside that way. The sun was high in the sky. Many people in freshly washed shirts and dresses walked down the streets under the bright sun. Carriages bobbed past. Wowen truly was a city brimming with life. However, I never could get used to everyone acting like these strange lines underfoot were normal no matter how many times I saw them. The wing vines running underfoot are said to carry the queen's power, protecting Rowan. Is that true though? Wing vines, referring to the wing lines stretching across the street in Rowan to the citizens. These lines are nothing but an ordinary part of their lives. In reality, keeping public order was entrusted to the Five Houses enforcers. I barely even heard about the lines protecting the city. Ooh. Even if they're for protecting, I don't want to touch them. They belong to my enemy. Recent incidents mean people go out less at night. It's dangerous after all. And over there, I glanced to the side. A long dark alley lay merely steps away from the main avenue, representing the light and darkness in both city and country. There's an incontrollable disparity in social class in this country. Incontrovertible? Incontrovertible. Yeah, nope. I'm gonna keep saying it the same way. Only a small percentage of people can live in the light. I didn't believe the light was superior. Darkness could drown out the light after all. While I was out doing shopping, I'd been asked to handle. I stopped by a bookstore and pretended to take a breather. Only one customer was inside. Meeting them was the whole reason I'd come here.
それで守備は
So, how did it turn out? They're not suspicious of me, not yet.
怪しまれてはいないがやらかしたってまだな
So basically you messed up, but they're not suspicious. Take it however you'd like, and just to be clear, I didn't make any big mistakes. I stood beside John as he whispered back and forth, pretending to browse the books. I didn't even need to look at John to know the expression he wore. I've amazed you, haven't I?
違う心配してる
No, I'm concerned. Oh, actually, who is John? He reminds me of Jack from, Tengoku Struggle. Not voice-wise, but just like appearance. He's Scarecrow in Best of Fellows. He is Lucilio in Jensen Magica. He's in Steam Prison. I haven't played that yet. He's in a lot. I just haven't played him. I see it, Babyface Jack. Yeah! Actually, is the artist the same? Is this what artist is this? Oh gosh, I keep looking up stuff. Who drew this game? That's voice actors. Web search. Oh, the Cinderella game. She drew that. Does this say that she also illustrated for... Okay, Nord 9. I swear it said she drew for Silent Hill. The Cinderella one, which has not been translated to English. The Lost Delights. Charade Maniacs. Oh, Charade Maniacs. I own that. I haven't played it. John's worried and coldness were nothing new, but there was a hint of concern in his words that made me look at him. This is the first time we've been apart for so long. To make matters worse, you're in enemy territory. If something happens, I can't save you right away. This situation is more frustrating than I thought it'd be. Don't worry, you might not be able to help me immediately, but you'll come eventually, won't you? On second thought, knowing that you want to save me is more than enough to keep me going in the mansion, even if you can't come rescue me. That's how much I trust you, John. You've always protected me, even when you say you're just a substitute for my brother. Trust, huh? Are you a spy? Are you using me? Everyone's sus. What's wrong? I repeated myself curiously about his tone. However, he looked away and shook his head slightly, brushing the question off. Can't trust a raven, I get it. I mean, I'll continue to protect you in Riley's stead, even in the future. It's almost time. At any rate, let me say this again before I leave. This is the real deal. Now that the 5 houses have started gathering at House Bernstein, make sure that they don't discover your identity. What do you think they're gonna do? Kill me? I know. You'll be in very real danger if they find out you're still alive, my lady. My lady. If they find out you're still alive, my heart ached hearing those words, and I couldn't help but think about those who had died. I understand, but the thing is, we're still lacking the information we need to accomplish our goal. I need to prepared, make my move, even if it's dangerous. I declared determined. John looked like he wanted to say something, but I exited the store, leaving him behind. That was a nice break, though I doubt my coworkers would approve. I couldn't meet up with John or make it to Gonrell's store too often. People would grow suspicious of me if I did. I truly meant it when I said John helps me stay strong. I had someone on my side, even if it was only one person. That alone greatly helped me when I felt like I would break down. I wondered how often he had saved me over the years. On my way back to the mansion, I recalled my dark past. Memories of warm days came to mind. The town had been my whole world. Time passed slowly. There was nothing to be disgruntled over. I foolishly believed nothing would ever change. In hindsight, signs of the oncoming calamity had been hidden in everyday conversations as well as my family's expressions. Listen to me, alright? You must never leave the forest surrounding town. Why? What's going to happen if I leave?
そうだな。森の外に出た瞬間、俺はもう少し安心できるかもしれない。 Riley がいることを知っている。 恐ろしい化け物が待ち構えてい
I will
て
say one thing. They mentioned that her eyes are different. I don't think they should have changed her eyes. Like, these eyes don't look very different from the eyes we get. So they could have just said, we changed her hair color. Like, it's not like her eyes are a unique shade. A terrifying monster waits on the other side of the forest. But this outfit, cute.
そいつは君の肩に
And
ガブ
it'll,
ーッと噛みついてくるぞ
and it'll bite you right on the shoulder. That tickles, father. That isn't a bite. That's a hug. I know you're lying about the monster, father. You just want me to stay here with you, don't you?
もうあなたはすぐにそうやって茶化すんだから。今は真面目な話をしてるのよ。
Goodness, you all keep cracking such jokes. I'm trying to be serious here.
ごめんごめん分かってるよさアプローズ
My
この後は力の
bad.
訓練をしよう
I know. All right, Apros, let's go train.
特別な力は諸刃の剣にもなるわ。だからこそしっかり制御できるようにしておかないと。
Your special power is a double-edged sword. That's why you need to be able to control
で
it.
も訓練以外では決して使わないこと。
But remember, you must not use it outside of your training. I won't, Mother. I promise not to use it.
それからその約束も家族や友人と交わすささやかな約束なら構わないけれ
That
ど
too. A simple promise between family and friends is fine.
自分の何かをかけるような約束は安易にしてはダメよ。
But you
わか
shouldn't
った
make
わね。
promises lightly. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. My mother was strict but kind-hearted. Hence, my father was soft on me, and my brother did what he could to get out our mother to loosen up. Both my parents truly loved me, and my brother was so kind, showing me lots of love in obvious ways. Big Brother tells me a story about the city. I want to try Chelsea buns. You can buy them at the bakery in Rowan, can't you? Chelsea buns. Chelsea buns. Why does that sound familiar? Chelsea buns are basically cinnamon buns, but they have a thinner glaze and sometimes have raisins. And I'm going to say this right now, but I've had cinnamon buns with raisins. So maybe I've been confused my entire life and been eating Chelsea buns, but they're actually thinking they're cinnamon buns. You know what I'm saying? Wild rights.
よく知ってるなアプローズ。でもチェルシーバンズはローアンでしか買えないというわけじゃないよ。
You sure can, Apros, but just so you know, Rowan isn't the only place you can get one.
お母様に食べたいとお願いしてごらん。きっと作ってくれるから。
Tell mother you want a Chelsea bun. I'm sure she'll make them for you. I want to try one in the city though. I want to go to Rowan.
そうだね。またいつかお前と行けるといいんだけれど。
I see. Well, maybe we can go there together one day. I remember seeing my brother stare at the ground helplessly, and I realized I shouldn't have pressed him about the city. However, I'd been a curious kid who loved to talk to people, thus I'd visited his room often. What story are you gonna tell me today, John?
お前も飽きないな。毎日毎日、そんなに暇してるのか？
You sure never get tired of this, huh? Do you really have nothing to do every day? So rude! I came here when I'm done studying and training.
はいはい。そうだな。じゃあ今日は、哀れなウィルの話はどうだ？
Alright, fine, fine. I know. How about I tell you the story of poor Will today? John told me all kinds of stories after I pestered him endlessly. Classic, classic. Like the story about the Fae who traveled between Tinanog and the surface world and how they'd come to the humane's aids during the battle against Fremdelin. However, some Fae chose to return to Tinanog and never came to the surface world
そ
again.
もそも妖精はいいやつってわけじゃないんだ。ヒューマにとって益をもたらすばかりではないと。
Not all
肝
Fae
に
are
銘
nice.
じろよ。
Keep that in mind, they don't always do things that benefit humanes. Sometimes John told these stories as fact, and other times he'd mixed in folk tales. Many of the stories he told me sounded like tales from faraway lands until that night. Until that night. My town was attacked in a great tragedy. Angry wars echoed around me. I was frightened, not knowing what was going on. Then my mother sent me off. I stepped onto a path that led outside from a hidden room. I forced myself forward, reluctant to leave. My steps were heavy, and the dark passage seemed to go on forever. When I finally made it outside, I found him waiting for me. John. I'm glad you're safe and sound. His hands trembled when he hugged me. It was then that I realized he was shaken up. I hugged John back, and he trembled. His trembling subsided. We hurtled together in the dark forest with only one another to rely on. My memories were vague from then on. 1 day, 2 days, then a week had passed. I was devastated when John brought me back to town. Nothing was the same. Everything had been burned to ash. Not a single soul stirred. I had to accept the fact that my life and the people I shared it with would never return. We can't stay here. Let's go somewhere safe so we can rest. Hold tight. John must have been just as shocked as I, but he most likely put on a brave face for me. I was only able to start moving because I hung onto his strong hand. His one strong hand. Ironically, this was how I managed to escape to the outside world, something I'd never yearned for. My whole world fell apart that day. Later, I came to learn something. Our hometown had clearly been attacked by someone, but people treated the event as if it had been a mere fire. Rumors spread that the town had meddled in illegal conspiracies with Fremdeland and threatened to rebel against the queen and had only reaped what they sowed. I would never forgive such rumors. We hadn't been that sort of people. Everyone had been so kind and level-headed. They had nothing to do with any rising conflicts. And so I decided to make a contract with him after laying low for a while. Without John's help, I began my quest for revenge. When I returned from my grocery run, I helped serve lunch. Edward, Alfred, Linus sat at the table. They discussed their meeting over their meal. If I remember correctly, Ascot and Lucas are coming today, aren't they? They're supposed to. You sound so much like Kanas. It's finally happening. Things are going to get rough from here on out. It may be difficult, but we can only move forward with the discussion for the upcoming exhibition once they arrive. I'm looking forward to it. You're quite the optimist, I see. But you're the one who will handle everything, including those oddballs. Are you sure you'll be alright? They may be oddballs, but they're not bad people. I believe they can do their job well. I think Lucas is an interesting person, work performance aside. Interesting. Have you spoken enough that you can say that with confidence? Not really, to be honest. But he's got this unique scent and vibe. Maybe I should take this chance to talk to him more. You're pretty carefree. You know we're not here to hang out.
もちろん心得てますよ。でも5家の親睦を深めるいい機会なのは確かですよね。
I understand, but this is a good opportunity to deepen the relationships between the five houses, don't you think?
その通りだと思うよ。ルーカスさんが人と距離を置いているのは理由あってのことだと思うし。
I second this. I believe there's a reason Lucas chooses to keep his distance from others.
少し気になっていたんだ。私も積極的にコミュニケーションを取ってみるよ。
It piqued my curiosity. I suppose I should try reaching out to him too.
アスコットさんに関しても少々気になることがあるから声をかけてみようと思ってる。
As for Ascot, there's something I'm worried about. I'm thinking of giving him a call.
気になること。博覧会の件か。
What are you worried about, the exhibition?
いえ、女性関係についてです。方々から私の耳にまで聞こえてくるのはよほどです。一度物申した方が良いかと思いまして。
No, it's his relationship with women. I've heard all sorts of rumors, so I want to speak to him about it.
お前が言ったところで気にするやつだとは思えんが。まあ、目に余る気持ちはよくわかる。
I doubt he'll care about that, about what you have to say, but I understand why you can't overlook this.
いずれにしても私が取りまとめを行いますが、ゴ家としては当主としても先達のアルフレッドさんの統率力を頼りにしています。
In any case, I'll be the one coordinating everything. I'm relying on your leadership, though, as you are the head of the five houses as well as your own house.
これからもご指導のほどよろしくお願いします。
Please lend me your guidance.
指導は構わないが、あまり面倒はかけるなよ。
I don't mind, just don't cause me too much trouble. The impression I'd gotten from the conversation was the same as what I'd gathered from Gonrel's information. They seem difficult to deal with, but I won't achieve my goal if I avoid them. I'll need to be cautious around them. Dinner preparation had already begun, but after having assisted in the kitchen before, I was told I didn't need to help cook. This seems kind of cute. Are we really heading towards revenge? They murdered our family, Bass. We have no choice but to seek revenge. I mean, I like it. It feels kind of slice of life right now. I mean, except for the fact they're Fae, and this is like a universe where Fae exist, but I'm sure it has something to do with the time when I helped season the dishes, but they get all tight-lipped when it's brought up. I didn't season the dishes. Because of this, I mainly cleaned. What's going on? It's awfully noisy. As soon as I started tidying up in the garden, I heard a high-pitched feminine voice. Is Charlotte being bullied again? I'll murder them. Curious, I decided to seek it out the sound. Oh, you. Why did they make your legs like that? Instead of the blonde girl, I found a dandy man surrounded by numerous maids. He smiled gracefully. Lord Ascot, your outfit today is so lovely. I don't like him? Blue! Oh no! He reminds me of Hisoka. Is that a femdolin design? It suits you, but your bewitching appearance perfectly, Lord Ascot.
ありがとう。君たちの装いも素敵だけれど、どちらかというと私は服の下に隠されている美しい死体に興味があるな。
Ah, no. I'm okay with a womanizer, but like not that straightforward. Thanks for your compliment. You look just as lovely, but I'm more interested in those beautiful bodies hidden beneath your clothes. Hey, Lord Ascot, don't be that way. You weren't expecting a deep voice? No, that's the perfect kind of voice. Hang on, let's see if I can see the voice actor real quick. Since we've done it for everybody else. Alright, let's see. Oh, he's in Illusion of Itahari, which we haven't played yet, but that's Karatachi. He is Mizuchi in Hana a Wise. He is Tomomori in Burishi Hana. Vin Richer in Tears of Themis. He's Mozu in Busta Fellows. Goro Fujita in Meiji Tokyo Rinka. He's in Vampire Nights. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. My life. Mozu! I have not had the pleasure of playing the Fellows of Bust. So I don't know them like that. Jeez, how many have cried after you said something like that? I actually do want you to make me cry. That's Ascot, no doubt. Oh, that face, that's the one. His words and actions were more than enough to tell me he was... Though the maids had who he was, though the maids had also said his name. I'd like to talk to him, though. Now might not be a good time. I was about to leave, figuring that I wouldn't get any of the information I was after by joining in. But he looked at me. I'd been convinced Ascot hadn't noticed me, but the man suddenly looked at me.
さて、私はそろそろ行かなければいけないようだ。お迎えが来たからね。
Well, it seems I must be going. Someone's come to escort me elsewhere. Ascot walked straight towards me after saying goodbye to the maids, who didn't want him to leave. Is he talking about me? Maybe he's misunderstood something. I was clearly not here to guide. The closeness. He's like so close. Like I can't even get that close. I was clearly not here to guide guest anywhere with a broom and dustpan in hand, yet Ascot stepped right in front of me.
こんにちは。美しいお嬢さん。
Good afternoon, pretty lady. He's got a neck tattoo, like he's a problem. He stared at me as he greeted me. He had red and purple hair that eluded a bewitching charm about able to seduce those around him. Is it me or did his eyes just get darker? I blinked at my own discovery then. Whoa. Ascot jerked away as if repelled by something.
なるほど。美しい花にはトゲが
He
隠されている。
tried to use power on me. I see, it appears this beautiful flower has its thorns. What is he going on about? I backed away slowly, suspicious. I knew it was rude, but I was trying to run away from him, so who cares at that point? However, his hand caught my own before I could take a single step. Oh no! I let my guard down. Does he think I'm suspicious too? I smiled. A smile was still on his lips, but his eyes seemed feverish, and he seemed to be searching for something. Blue is just not having this, and I'm like, oh, the whimsy. I was rooted to the spot, wondering what he'd say next. Ascot gently lifted my hand. He's the closest thing to Dinia we're gonna get, okay? And then see, if he was a little more like Junia, I think I'd like him more. If he was a little less too obvious, right? He planted a kiss on the back of it. I stared at Ascot with a blank expression, not having expected this turn of events.
私もまだまだだね。まさか眉一つ動かしてもらえないなんて。
Looks like I have a long way to go. I can't believe you didn't even twitch. Ascot suddenly burst of laughter left me baffled. I couldn't manage much of a response. Calling out to me and kissing my hand. Is that his personality? I understand why people say he's a ladies' man. Gotta bleach my hair. Ooh. Aw. You didn't mean really. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. Is your hair red right now? Wait, is it red and purple? Is it red and purple? I need to bleach my hair. I'm thinking of going white and blue. And by blue, I just mean the tips. Just the tips. So, like, white, blue. Because it's way time. My hair looks so weird because it's so dark. all over. Like, look how far those roots go down. I'm so lazy. Although that's a cute concept. She's got purple just on the front of her hair. It irritated me, but I now understood why Gonrel was worried. I didn't know much about this sort of thing, just as I wondered how to respond. Get a cough.
君は誰と契約しているのかな?
By the way, who have you formed a contract with? I'd love an ombre with blue and purple. I'm trying to avoid straight blue again because this never comes out, right? I had green and it turned blue again after it was blue already, and I bleached it to get it not be blue anymore, and then it turned back to blue. So I don't know if I can't be not this shade of blue anymore. My heart almost stopped at the question, but I managed to come up with an answer befitting a maid and managed to remain emotionless. House Bernstein, I'm employed as a maid at this mansion.
Oh, 君が噂の.
Are you the rumored? Rumored what? My green turned to all blue. Yeah, it did that, and then I added the red to it, and it did have a fun time. So it turned red, and then it turned like purple. Like, it looked like rainbow unicorn hair at one point, because it had like 4 shades. And then after I watched it like the last time, it turned into this, and I was like, ah, okay. He wore a subtle smirk, and my wariness grew as he continued his enigmatic act. Then he let go of my hand. You're making me rethink the blue. It really depends on the blue. I've had blue before that has not like stuck to my hair the way this has. Like, I've had purple hair before that didn't stick the way the last time I had purple did, which turned blue. But it feels like a nightmare where, like, anytime I try to go like, I did green and it turned blue, and I had blue and it just wouldn't go away. So it's like a nightmare for me right now. I'm just trying to avoid it. But I have like silver in my cabinets right now because I'm just trying to use what I already have. I have a lot of hair color. We had a time in our lives where Sally's did a promotion where you could get them for basically like $2, and we bought like a lot. And no, wait, it wasn't just that. They had a promotion where you could get it for free, I think, actually, even. And we went to like a bunch of Sally's though, and we both got like each one. So two at every Sally we went to. So if we went to like 4, we had 8. Anyways, it'll end up blue. It'll end up blue. And if you want blue, that's great. It's fine. I had my hair, I called it Coraline blue for a while, and I really did like it. But my hair was way shorter at that time. It was a few years ago. He wore a subtle smirk, and my wariness grew as he continued his enigmatic act. Then he let go of my hand.
有能なメイドが入ったと聞いているよ。名前を聞いても?
I heard House Bernstein had gained a capable maid. May I ask your name? I'm Rose.
ローズ。ではそのうちまたゆっくり話そう。私はそろそろ行かないと怒られてしまいそうだ。
Let's talk again later, Rose. I need to get going now, or I'll be in trouble. His smile widened when he bid me goodbye. Then he turned elegant. He turned elegant as ever and left. I don't want to talk again. I miss Asia. Listen, Asia's around. She's just not in chat. She just tells us what's coming up soon, and then I cry about it. Why in the world does he want to talk to me? Moi. My suspicion deepened. I was wary of him, and not just because being overly friendly with women came naturally to him. The alarm bells going off in my head told me that much, at least. By that afternoon, The representative of each house had finally arrived. I escorted Lucas, Sullivan, the last of them, to the hall where the others waited.
やあ、ルー君。残念ながら私たちは締め出されてしまったよ。
Hey Lulu, I'm sorry to say this, but we've been locked out. Ascot was seated in the front of the hall when he arrived. He seemed cheerful, not a hint of disappointment on his face.
どういうことだ?
Oh, you're so cute. What do you mean by that?
先に着いた3人での話し合いが難航しているから、私たちのことは霧のいいところで呼ぶそうだよ。
Discussions aren't going well for the other three. I think they'll call on us when convenient.
この分だと、今日のところはお役御免かな。
We may be dismissed at this rate.
ふざけた話だな。こっちは今日来いと言われたから来たんだぞ。
That's absurd. I'm here because they told me to come today. He looks like Nightmare Moon, actually.
そういうことなら僕は帰らせてもらう。あいつらには来てほしいなら家まで呼びに来いと伝えておけ。
I'll just head home then. Tell them to come to my place if they want to see me so badly. Lucas had been quiet and avoided eye contact when I first met him, so I'd assumed he was reserved. However, it seems he was very vocal when he had something to say, and he made no effort to hide his irritation. I guess he was talking to me just now. He reminds me a little of Grimm from A Date with Death. I mean, okay, so when they explain the different houses, his is Will of Wisp, which is death. So it's about right. It's about right. I wasn't positive as he'd yet to make eye contact, but I was the only servant here. However, I could easily see myself getting scolded if I were to send a guest home without permission. I need to ask Nicholas. Just as I was about to find the butler and let him decide what to do, a strangely calm voice interrupted. Oh my, what's all this
おや、
ruckus?
リリー嬢。今日も一段と麗しいですね。屋敷の奥に隠された美しい花に、私はいつも心を奪われていますよ。
Oh, greetings, Lady Lily. You look especially gorgeous today. I've always find myself captivated by the beautiful flower hidden within this mansion.
あなたも相変わらずお上手ね、アスコット卿。ところで騒ぎの元は、もしかして私の弟なのかしら。
But Grimm is very baby girl. He might be baby girl. I think it said he's a tsundere, so he could be so baby girl. What's a baby girl? A little bit of a tsundere. I need a cat throwing up emoji. You do not need a cat throwing up emoji. Just look at him. He's like, pretend he's a bullfighter, okay? It's okay. That's what he looks like. He looks like a matador. There is a hair on my face. Hang on, I can feel it. I can feel it, but I'm not getting it. Oh god, I don't like it. It's on this side. I don't know why I started. Doesn't he though? Like, doesn't that look like a matador? You never change, Lord Ascot. You still have a way with words. Speaking of, could the source of your fussing be my younger brother? Lily tilted her head to one side as Ascot responded with an exaggerated gesture.
いやいや、とんでもない。私たちの到着が遅れたばかりに、会議に参加し損なっただけなんです。
Oh no, not at all. We just arrived late and we're being locked out of the meeting, that's all.
悪いのは私たちの方ですよ。ね、ルー君。
We're at fault for coming so late. You think so too, don't you, Lulu? Hang on. Who is the voice of Lucas? That was deep. I like it. I like it. Lucas. It's Koyo from 9RIP and Yona from Tengoku Struggle. Oh my goodness. Okay. Koyo. Yes. Oh man, I loved Koyo so much. He was a waste to play through so early in that game. Lucas reluctant to cause a scene in front of Lily's second Ascot's claim. Lily clapped her hands together as if she had come with a brilliant idea.
それならあなた方は時間を持て余しているのね。だったら私とお茶でもいかが？ちょうどアフタヌーンティーの時間なの。
In that case, you have free time right now, don't you? Why don't you have some tea with me? It's about tea time after all.
ええ、喜んで。
I would be happy to. Ascot was known as a ladies' man, so it was strange that he had paused. Then,
悪いが僕は少し休ませていただく。失礼する。
is there like blue? Oh, his hands got like paint on them. Sorry, but I'm taking a little break, excuse me. Lucas flatly refused, turned around and left. He appeared to have given up on the idea of going home entirely, but he didn't want to join the other two for tea either.
まあ残念。それじゃ私たちだけで楽しみましょうか。
Oh, what a shame. I guess we'll have our tea alone then. The smiling Lily was about to leave with Ascot. I hesitated, unsure whether or not I should call out to her. I hadn't really spoken to Lucas yet and wanted to learn more about him. This may be my chance now that he's alone. I hesitated at first, but an opportunity like this didn't appear very often. My lady, shall I bring Lord Lucas some tea as well?
あら、あなた気が利くのね。ぜひそうしてちょうだい。
Yeah, my, you're so thoughtful. Yes, please do. I brewed some tea after gaining permission and headed to the drawing room where Lucas probably was. There was no answer when I knocked on the door. I can't just walk in. What should I do? I was about to knock a second time when I realized the door hadn't been closed properly. Before I knew it, I'd slipped inside. I sensed a presence within the room despite the silence. I couldn't hear a single sound. Is he asleep? I stepped further inside and found Lucas in a chair with his eyes closed just as I had suspected. He might be upset with me for making tea without him asking for any. I tried to leave quietly, but I stumbled and jostled the tableware. Did I wake him? I heard a faint noise and turned to Lucas. It was then I glimpsed something hanging around him. Was that my imagination? I doubt it. I was sure I'd seen something. I inched closer and squinted. The back of my hand grew warmer. Then, he woke up and our eyes met. You... I screwed up. I can't make an excuse. I entered the room without permission. Lucas stood so quickly he knocked over the chair. I panicked thinking I'd upset him. There was nothing I could do aside from apologize, so I did just that. My deepest apologies for interrupting your sleep. Lucas didn't say a word, not even after my apology. He's just staring. Is he angry or not? He's thrown a tantrum in the hallway, so I'd expected to be scolded much the same way, but he didn't say a single word, lost in thought. I'm very sorry for barging in. I've prepared some tea for you, so feel free to have some if you'd like. Unable to bear the silence, I apologized again and turned to leave. Then something happened. A sharp pain ran through my shoulder. Is he the monster that would bite you on the shoulder? By the time I realized Lucas had grabbed me, the man had already spun me around. What an expression. Hi. You. His eyes were desperate as was his grip on my shoulder. Both were so strong they hurt. He hadn't looked at me once earlier, but he was staring wide-eyed now. I couldn't help but notice how clear his eyes were, even though it wasn't really the time for such things. What does he want? The look he had made me think he wanted to say something important, but I had no idea what that could possibly be. I would never know unless he opened his mouth. What's your name? The question he finally asked was a surprisingly simple one. All he wanted was my name. I feel like he wanted to say more, but I couldn't be reading too much into it. I doubt he'd add anything more, so I answered. My name is Rose. Hi. Now he's silent again. I sighed internally when I realized he was lost in thought once more. I wanted to leave, but he had an iron grip on my shoulder. Suddenly, I remembered what had happened earlier. That thing I saw near him. It should be able to tell whether or not I was imagining things from this distance. I didn't notice anything, however, not even after looking closely.
引き止めて悪かったな。しかし、バーンスタインのメイドは勝手に客のいる部屋へ入るのか？
Sorry for keeping you. I'm curious though. Do the maids at House Bernstein usually enter rooms without permission even when there's a guest? Lucas finally let go of me and started hurling harsh words instead. I'm terribly sorry about that. I apologized once again. No good would come of this if I stayed any longer. My eyes met Lucas's again as I tried to leave. He looked surprisingly calm.
まあいい。来たんだったら紅茶の一杯でも入れてくれ。用意。
Whatever. Since you're here already, you can pour some tea for me. Lucas sank back into the chair, then glanced at the tea set I'd brought. He doesn't seem mad. He was difficult to understand, and he wasn't the sort who got along with others easily. Despite that, he wasn't the sort of nobleman who was harsh with his servants, just like the other four. Us servants ran around the mansion busy now that the attendees of the 5 House conferences had gathered. This may be my chance to gather information. I'll keep my eyes peeled while I work. Oh, interesting. Do we have 2 of these in a thing? I forgot to save. I don't know if it matters the order you do it, like it could affect if a shard disappears or something. I don't know. No one's here. Maybe I can look around a bit without being discovered. I reached for a book hoping I could learn something new about the 5 houses and Queen. Is this a newspaper clipping? Raven Attack Expo. I picked up the small piece of paper tucked between the book. It was an article about the exhibition. The Twilight Ravens attacked the exposition calling cards are scattered everywhere. Is someone targeting the exhibition? Unsure whether this information was important or my goal or not, I wrote it down just in case and returned the clipping to its place. Perfect. Addict. Did I miss the attic last time? Wait, what? I stopped at the bookstore while out shopping and met up with John. We'd arranged for this beforehand using the pocket watch to contact one another. Excuse me, but could you hand me that book on the second shelf over there?
どうぞ。
Sure, here you go. Following the reserved exchange, I flipped through the book and found what I was looking for, a small note with John's handwriting. A discriminatory class-based society was built up over the past 50 years. There was barely any disparity when the queen first ascended to the throne. The classism and deterioration safety are linked as the queen's health. The situation may be more serious than I'd first thought. I had learned all I could about the queen, the 5 houses, and the situation in this country overall. If I wanted to achieve my goal, I had to learn. Asking John to look into this had been the right move. I quickly glanced over the other information when the book itself caught my eye. The country's likelihood advanced greatly thanks to the humanes. The queen decided to protect humanes as thanks for those who couldn't create anything. The Mingles. They were abandoned.
何か言われましたか?
Did you say something? No, it's nothing. Thank you for your help. Unfortunately, this isn't the book I'm looking for.
では、元の棚へ戻しておきましょう。
Let me put it back for you then. Thank you again. I appreciate that. Smiling, I thanked John before I headed back to the main road to continue my shopping. don't know if I'm allowed to visit every place. John said Gonrel had something for me, so I stopped by the store after I dropped off some mail.
お探しのものが手に入ったよ。もっとも、お嬢ちゃんにとって愉快な読み物とは到底思えないけどね。
Found what you were looking for. I doubt it'll be an enjoyable read. That's fine. I'd say I'd wanted to see it after all. Historia Albionius. After much persistence, Gonrel gave me a book. It detained the origins of the five houses and the recent change within
初
them.
版だから今出回っているものと違って家名なんかもそのまま記載されてる。そんなもんが読みたいなんて変わってるよ。
This is the first edition. Unlike the ones on the market, it still lists the name of the houses. Pretty strange that you'd want to read it.
最初の方は幼子でも知ってるような戸津国との戦い。
The first
そこから
part,
の建国といった内容が書かれているだけだ。
the war with the Fremde land, the founding of the country is something very children know. I flipped through the pages, the beginning just as Gonrel described. The information I wanted was about halfway through the book. House Randolph, descendants of the Queen's most trustworthy ally, Ansel. They used the power she gave them to turn against her. The Queen was disappointed. Per her request, House Lindell replaced House Randolph in the five houses. They were descended from Paku, the Queen's attendant. House Randolph was a disgrace to the demi-fae, hypocrisies who hid behind their mild-mannered mask. They were traitors who rebelled against our great queen and failed. I gave Gonrel a bit of a nod, letting her know I was okay. Then I looked back at the book. Seeing the words in print hurt, even if I had already expected this. The context was made for public consumption, so it has some tact, but it clearly looked down on the house. I know it'd been written down here, but I wondered how many people actually believed this. Thank you. I got what I wanted.
そうならよかっ
Is that so? Good. I'll be taking the book. Here's your payment.
た。あいよ、またなんかあったら対応な。安くしとくよ。
Let me know if you need anything else. I'll make it cheap. Thanks again. Look out for John for me. Interesting, interesting. I was polishing the vases in the hallway when I heard voices coming from the drawing room.
不肖の息子が苦労をかけているのではないか、アルフレッド卿。
It's my unworthy son causing you trouble, Lord Alfred.
いいえ、そんなことは。むしろエドワードは個性派揃いの御家会議をよくまとめていると思います。
Not in the slightest. In fact, Edward is doing a great job in bringing the members of the five houses together. We all have such different personalities after all.
そうか。しかしバーンスタイン家がかの家の代わりに博覧会の責任を再び負う立場になるとは皮肉なものだな。
I see. Isn't it ironic, though, that the House Bernstein has to be in charge of the exhibition once again in that house's stead? He sounded bitter for some reason.
失礼ですが、なぜ皮肉だとお考えなのですか？公爵の地位をお考えになれば、バーンスタイン家が担うのは妥当だと思うのですが。
My apologies, but why do you think it's ironic? Looking at it as a Marquess, House Bernstein fits the role quite well.
かの家とバーンスタイン家には浅からぬ縁がある。いや、因縁と言うべきか。
There are close ties between House Bernstein and that house, or perhaps fate tied it more apart. More apt.
ほう。あの一族にまつわる不穏な噂は、あれ以降よく耳に入ってきましたが、そのような話。
Oh, I've heard plenty of unpleasant rumors about that house, but this is the first time I've learned of this.
失踪するまでは、あれほど民に慕われた御家もいなかった。かりそめの姿だったようですがね。
Until they disappeared, none of the five houses were admired as they are now. It looks like it had merely been a facade. The atmosphere was tense. It was as if Edmund and Alfred were testing one another.
だからこそ 陛下を失望させぬためにも失敗は許されない。この件はエドワードに一任したが、何かあれば私も出るつもりだ。
That is exactly why I will not tolerate any flaws. I don't want to disappoint Her Majesty either. I've entrusted Edward with handling this, but I will step in myself if
愚
necessary.
足が頼りにならないと判断した場合は、すぐにでも知らせてくれ。
If you find my foolish son unreliable, please let me know.
承知しました。
I'll be taking my leave. Gone. If I remember correctly, the former members of the five houses they mentioned had been in charge of the previous exhibition. I've always believed the topic was taboo, but it turned out I was wrong. While I mulled over this, I sensed movement inside the room and quickly returned to polishing the vase. Alfred exited the drawing room. He looked surprised to find me there. I pretended to be clueless and bowed my head. He must have concluded that I hadn't heard their discussion, for he left without a word. Is the key figure in House Bernstein not Edward, but Edmund, his father? It's too early to know for sure. I've obtained a shard. Kagome, yeah. I've got to get all the pieces of the shards with the crystal. Damn her accuracy and aiming. Nicholas called me to the parlor to sort and dispose of a bunch of documents. Everything that needed to be thrown out was separated into piles. All I needed to do was cut them into pieces with scissors. I worked quietly as Alfred and Nicholas discussed something. The Shikon jewel? Yeah. Sounds right, the Shikon jewel. It's been a while. I really want to rewatch it, but part of me doesn't want to watch it because of the sequel. I worked quietly as they discussed something.
バーンスタイン家で手配すべきものは当然エドワードが承知しているが、念のため私もフォローに当たらせてもらう。
That's all. Edward should know what House Bernstein still needs to arrange, but I will follow up just to be sure.
承知しました。アルフレッド様にはエドワード様を助けていただき、大変感謝しております。
Understood. I am beyond grateful that Lord Edward can count on your assistance, Lord Alfred.
年長者として当然のことをしているまでだ。それに、この博覧会は異例尽くし、エドワード一人に負担をかけるべきではないだろう。
I'm just doing my duty as the older of us two. Besides, this exhibition is far from usual. I can't let Edward handle it alone. I wondered whether the rumor incident had something to do with whatever was unusual.
本来、博覧会開催の責任者を務めるはずだったあの一族が姿を消したところから歯車が狂いましたな。
Things started to go awry when the house that was supposed to be in charge of the exhibition disappeared. I started slightly at Nicholas's words.
その件は今更口にしたところで仕方がない。今の体制でやるべきことをやる。
I'd smash the butler. He's married. You can't smash him. I mean, you could. Morally, though. There's no point talking about it. We have to do what we must under the certain systems.
おっしゃる通りです。
I completely agree. Are you a double agent? I think they're referring to the same house Alfred and Emma spoke of earlier. There seems to be significance behind it. I need to remember this for later.
ローズ、こちらは私が裁断しよう。そちらは片付いたら焼却に持って行きなさい。
Rose, I'll cut these up. Once you're done cleaning, burn them elsewhere. Understood. The only thing that filled the room was the sound of tearing paper. My beautiful boy. I was about to open the door, having finished cleaning the estate entrance, when we ran into Lucas. My apologies, Lord Lucas. I apologized and poked Evelyn, who was frozen stiff. She forced a smile, but just barely.
ご機嫌いかがですか、ルーカス様。休憩でしたら紅茶の準備をしてまいりますが、もしかしてご帰宅されようとなさってました？
I hope you're doing well, Lord Lucas. I'll prepare tea if you're taking a break, or are you preparing to return home?
僕がどこに行こうと関係ないだろう。放っておいてくれ。
Where I'm going doesn't concern you. Leave me alone. His shoulders shook slightly at his words. Return home. He then pulled his hood up and walked past us.
あれは噂以上の人嫌いね。
He's even more antisocial than the rumors say.
もう謝るのはわかるけど、突然話しかけるから驚いたよ。というか、ルーカス様も驚いてたね。
I know, I was surprised when he suddenly started talking. But we should apologize anyways. I mean, Lord Lucas must have been surprised too. Lucas reminds me of Min? Touch start? The spy one? The one that wears the cape? You're right. He looked like he's never expected to bump into anyone.
ほんと。だからこっそり帰ろうとしてるんだと思って聞いてみたのよね。
I know, right? That's why I asked if he was planning on going home. I wonder why Lord Lucas avoids talking to people to such an extent.
理由なんて知らないわ。あ、でも8年くらい前から引きこもり癖がひどくなったって噂を聞いたことがあるよね。
8 years ago, when my family was destroyed. I don't know the reason behind it, but I heard that his reclusiveness got worse 8 years ago.
そうなんだ。何かあったのかな。
I haven't heard that before. What happened? I looked into the direction Lucas had headed as the two chatted. Obviously, he was no longer in sight. 8 years ago? Is the Etbeek incident connected to Lucas's dislike of people? It was part of the 5 houses. It was hard to imagine his antisocial tendencies had worsened 8 years ago purely by chance. Something happened. I want to know what it is. That's... Linus, sitting in the garden, waved at Lucas as he passed by, then went over to him.
こんなところで何してるんですか、ルーカスさん。
What are you doing here, Lucas?
お前こそ何をしている？
I could ask you the same thing.
俺は昼寝しようと思ってたところです。会議はもう少し後にするってエドも言ってたし、休憩しとこうかなと思って。
I was thinking of a nap. Ed said the meeting won't be held until later, so I was taking a little break.
なら僕は別の場所へ行く。邪魔したな。
I'll go elsewhere then. Sorry for bothering you. His drive to not even breathe the same air as another reveals itself again.
ああ、またルーカスさん。ちょっとだけ俺と話しませんか？
Whoa, Lucas, wait. Want to talk for a while?
僕は話したくない。以上だ。
No, I don't. Goodbye. Linus's shoulders sagged as Lucas turned away briskly.
おう、バッサリ断るんですね。じゃあ諦めます。けど、どんな相手ならルーカスさんは心を開いてくれるのかな。
Ouch, total rejection. I better give up, though I'd have to wonder what sort of person you'd actually be willing to open up to.
ずうずうしいくらい人のテリトリーに入り込んできたやつなら昔いた。
There was once a person so brazen that they'd invaded someone else's territory.
僕にとって。
To me, they're...
友達ですか？あ、もしかして寄宿学校時代の語学
Are
友
they
で
your
すかね？
friend? A classmate from boarding school, maybe?
友達なんていう資格は僕にはない。もういいだろう。聞かれたことには答えたはずだ。
It's me, right? Is it me? Did we meet before? Because this party used to be held at my manor, home thing. And we all met when we were all kids, because let's be so real, 8 years ago, we were kids. I have no right to call myself their friend, and that's enough already. You have an answer to your question.
ああ、余計なこと言ったかな。
Have I crossed a line? How surprising. I never thought that Lucas, who wasn't afraid to declare his outright hatred of others, would ever consider someone a friend like that. If Linus is right, they might be a friend from his day at boarding school. Judging from his response, the topic was taboo. I thought that was a good conversation starter, but it was actually the exact opposite. I need to be careful. I finished patching up the shirt you asked for, Philip.
いやー、助かった。ありがとう。エブリンたちが褒めてたけど、本当に早いな。
Thank you so much. You saved me big time. I heard from Evelyn and the others that you were quick, but that was super fast. It seemed like Philip had more he wanted to say, but I heard familiar footsteps from above and left as soon as possible. It's no problem. I'll be going then. I headed for the hallway and disappeared into the shadows, not giving him a chance to stop me then.
足も速っ。って、あれエド様、難しい顔してどうしたんです？
Whoa, you're quick on your feet, huh? What's with the troubled look, Lord Ed? Footsteps had indeed belonged to Edward. The pair were good friends who spoke casually, so I figured I could learn something by listening to their listening covertly.
この国も随分変わったなと思ってね。ちょうどヤードの報告書を見ていたんだけど、最近特に治安が悪化している気がする。
This country has changed a lot. I was looking at police reports and security seems to have gotten worse lately.
なんだ、そんなの今に始まったことじゃないでしょう、ね。
Is that it?
気に病むなんて。
Just so you know, that's old news.
相変わらず優しいな。
To think that you're concerned over something like that, you really are kind.
グランドアルビオンはずっとこうですよ。
Grand
貧しい
Albion
者はそれなりに生きるしかないんです。
has always been this way. It's all the poor can do to survive.
だとしても、俺の立場でその意見に同意はできない。そういう境遇のものを生まないように努めるのが貴族
We
の役割なんだ
just
から。
stepped out of the universe of PO40 where they are like bound by duty and like honor and this weird system, and it kind of feels similar here. I can't allow that considering my position. It's a noble's duty to make sure their people aren't born into these kinds of conditions.
それに、昔は今ほどではなかった。
But things weren't always this bad.
一つの転機だったのかもしれない。
That event 8 years ago was the turning point.
8年前って。
The event 8 years ago. 8 years ago. Is he talking about that Eltabeak incident? I'm sorry, they make her be like she's so smart and clever and she's so sly, but then they have like things like this where like, I need to learn more. Girl, you should be doing reconnaissance forever. I keep hiccuping. There should have been so much reconnaissance done before you even got here. I tensed waiting for Edward to continue. Instead, he lowered his gaze and remained silent.
少し喋りすぎたな。今の言葉は忘れてくれ。
I suppose I've said too much. Forget that last bit.
隠し事ですか？俺とエド様の仲なのに水臭いな。
Huh? Hiding things from me, are we? Don't be like that. Aren't we close?
そうだ。気晴らしに後で一杯やりませんか？いいブランデーが入ったんすよ。
I know. How about we take a breather and have a drink? I've got some nice brandy.
ほら、俺をサボりの口実に使おうとしても無駄だよ。いる。
Come on, Phil. You can't use me as an excuse to slack off. That's useless.
バレましたか？
Ah, you saw right through me. I thought about Edward's comment as I listened to their footsteps receding. I wonder if he was referring to Eltbrick incident. What does that have to do with worsening security, though? I wonder if we're at the end of the chapter yet. I was gonna try and get through the whole thing before we went to the next one, but I'm sorry, finished the whole common route before we got to the end of my stream, but it's almost been 4 hours. We've been on the same chapter for 3 hours. Stretching. I couldn't tell. Not with the information I had at the moment. However, they had to be connected if a member of the 5 houses said they were. Edward and Ascot were having afternoon tea in the dining room. Allow me to refill your cup.
ありがとう。最近のお加減はいかがですか？
Thank you. How are things going these days? Around.
私はいつも通りだよ。もっとも、このところ夢中になれる子がいなくてね。この機会にいいこと知り合えたら嬉しいな。
I realize my camera is covering it, but I just feel like his backside is so unfortunate. Like they didn't give him a booty cheek. Like they made it. I know maybe he's just wearing loose pants and that's fine and all that jazz, but like same old, same old. It's just that there isn't any girl I'm obsessing over right now. I hope I can use this opportunity to meet a nice lady. Ascot looked at me and winked. I wonder if he's always acts like this. She looks so done. I love that. I love that face she's making. I pretended to not see anything and poured his tea. Ascot gave Edward a playful shrug.
アスコットさんのことではありません。私が言いたいのは
This isn't about you, Lord Ascot. What I meant to ask was...
ああ、なるほど。それなら答えは相変わらずだよ。いや、
Oh, I see.
悪化してるかな？
In that case, my answer is that nothing has changed. Or maybe it's actually getting worse.
そう、8年くらい前から彼女は確実に急速に病んでいる。
She's been suffering more and more over the past 8 years, both physically and mentally. Was my brother married to her? Did they kill my brother, aka his wife? Did I not remember my brother being married? Is that a possibility? They deliberately didn't name any names, but I could only think of one person they could be talking about. They're talking about the queen, specifically her health. Oh shit, I thought they were talking about the sister. Is it also related to what happened 8 years ago? Edward couldn't read my mind, but he voiced the question I had anyways.
もう少しはっきりと具体的に教えていただけませんか？
Can you be a little more
例
specific?
えば、なぜ8年前かと
Why
いう
8
点に
years
ついて
ago?
君だって具体的に語ろうとしないくせに、私にばかり求めるのはおかしいじゃないか。
Isn't it funny how you always ask me to be specific, but you never give me any details yourself?
君は何を暴こうとしているのかな、エド君。
What are you trying to uncover, Ed?
あなたがそういう態度なら、私も話すつもりはありません。
It's exactly because of your attitude that I never have the intention of saying anything.
なら、お互い様だね。
Well, the same goes for me. For Edward to deliberately ask Ascot when he could have requested an audience with the queen means the subject isn't one in the open. I wanted to hear more, but it didn't seem like either would talk. I couldn't stay here any longer either, as I was no longer needed. I'll be excusing myself now.
またね。
Mata ne. See you later. I gave a quick bow to Edward and Ascot, who waved at me and left the room. A maid added water to a vase in the long gallery. Hello, do you need any help?
ありがとう。でもこっちの手伝いは大丈夫よ。ここももうちょっとで終わるから他のところをお願いできる？
Thanks, but not right now. I'll be done soon. You can try asking others, of course.
よろしくね。
Thank you. I bidded her goodbye and left. It's so quiet. The empty great hall with its immense size had an indescribable, tranquil atmosphere. The lights streaming through the large windows reflected off the polished floors, making the place feel otherworldly. No one's here. Let's go somewhere else. I had a work-related message I needed to relay to Evelyn. I found her in the garden, but someone approached her just as I was about to call out to her. Isn't that...
美しいお嬢さん、私の話し相手になってくれないかな？
Hello, beautiful lady. Would you mind accompanying me for a little chat?
もしかして私に言ってます？
Are you talking to me, Lord Ascot? Evelyn glanced around, clearly surprised to find Ascot suddenly talking to her.
もちろんそうだよ。ここには君一人しかいないじゃないか。どうしてそんなに驚くの？
Of course I am. You're the only one here after all. Why are you so surprised?
それは美しいなんて言われたことがないので自分のこととは思いませんでした。
No one's ever said I was beautiful before. What the heck? I assumed you were talking to someone else. I'm flattered, thank you.
美しいと言ったのは本心だよ。信じてもらえないなんて寂しいね。
I really meant it when I said you're beautiful. How unfortunate that you don't trust me. For some reason, he doesn't look sad at all. Was he hitting on her? I was a little worried for Evelyn, but I never could have predicted her response to Ascot.
あ、そういうのを私には言わなくて大丈夫です。私、現実の男性に口説かれたいとは思ってなくて、恋愛は物語の中で楽しむものですから。
Oh, you don't need to feel that way. I don't want a real man to make a move on me. Romance is something best enjoyed in stories. Evelyn did such a good job declaring her views that even Ascot was taken aback.
面白いね。斜め上の反応だ。それじゃあ教えてほしいんだけれど。
Oh,
誰なら私
how
の口説き文
interesting.
句に乗ってくれるかな？
I never anticipated such a response. Tell me then, who would be more receptive to my pickup lines?
できれば君のように予想外の反応をする子がいいんだけれど。そう、例えばあの新しいメイドさんとかね。
Preferably it'd be a lady who'd have an unpredictable reaction, such as yourself, perhaps a new maid.
あの子ですか？確かに予想外の反応をするかもしれませんけど、私よりバッサリお誘いを断るんじゃないでしょうか。
She may indeed surprise you with her response, but I believe she'll reject you even more bluntly than I did.
君よりもか。
Blunter than
それは
you.
ますます興味があるな。断然口説いてみたくなったよ。
Blunter than you. I'm more interested. I'll try flirting with her next. Evelyn's expression said she just realized that she shouldn't have said that. However, Ascot had already lost interest and left. I had hidden and watched this entire exchange. Going forward, I would have to be even more cautious, but for an entirely different reason. I have to get closer to Ascot, but I'll need to be careful around him for multiple reasons. I put that in the back of my mind and called out to Evelyn.
盛り付けまで完了と。あら、どうしたの？
I'm done plating everything. Oh, has something happened? I sensed someone's presence as I entered the kitchen. A fellow servant had just finished plating breakfast. I wanted to help, but it looks like I'm too late.
あなた、本当に仕事熱心なのね。気にしなくて大丈夫。というか、私も盛り付けしかしてないのよ。
Oh goodness, you're such a passionate about your work, huh? Don't worry, I only did the plating, nothing else.
シャルロッテが朝一で作業しておいてくれてね。
Charlotte already cooked everything.
料理は本当に手早いのよ。
She works very quickly.
長話するとニコラスさんに怒られちゃうわ。
Oops, Mr. Nicholas will scold me if I take too long. You're right. If everything is all right here, I shall help elsewhere. There didn't seem to be anything I could do, so I exited the kitchen.
いやー、本当にごめん。手伝ってもらっちゃってさ。
Phew, I'm so sorry for making you help me. It's fine. I happen to be free anyways. Actually, I'm grateful I finally have a chance to enter this room. It was only a moment ago that I had first been able to enter Nicholas's office. Philip had asked me to help him carry a huge pile of letters here. Sometimes Nicholas would leave the key to his office with his apprentice Philip when he was busy with other tasks. If I want to search for something here, I should be able to persuade Philip to bring me along. Although on second thought, I'm not so sure.
それにしても、君は本当に働き者だな。エブリンたちも褒めてたぜ。
You really are a hard worker, huh? Evelyn and the others praise you pretty often. I simply carry out the task assigned to me.
過ぎる謙遜は良くないぞっと。
You know, being modest won't do you any good.
これで簡単に仕分けもしといたし、大丈夫だろ。
Anyway, we're pretty much finished sorting these. We should be good now. He really is good at his job too. Here I was hoping to look around a little. Finishing the job so quickly frustrated me. It was then that I noticed Philip staring at me. Do you need something? Are my eyes wandering too much? Am I acting suspicious? I grew a little nervous, but then I heard him mumble something that sounded like, "It looks really good." What are you whispering about?
ああ、ごめんごめん。うちの女性陣のエプロンの下に見え隠れする彩り鮮やかな服。
Oops, my
やっぱいい
bad.
よなって思ってつい。
Just appreciating your outfit. I really love how the bright colors pop on the maid's apron. What? I hoped he'd tolerate the bluntness blunt question I accidentally blurted as well as my narrowed eyes. I had no idea you'd been looking at us like that. Philip, I shall tell Evelyn. No, Mr. Nicholas about this. I distanced myself from Philip.
ああ、やめてください。それだけはご勘弁を。殺される。ローズ様。
Wait, wait, no, don't do that. Spare me, please. He'll kill me if you tell him I said that. I'm begging you, Miss Rose, please. I watched the man cry pathetically out of the corner of my eye. Then I considered my clothes, as well as those of Evelyn and Charlotte's. Now that you mentioned it, no rules were specified in regards to our clothing, though our aprons were provided for us.
何卒内密に。ってそうそう。うちの屋敷はリリー様とエド様の方針で少し前から統一しなくなったんだよ。
Please keep it a secret. Oh, yes, the servants haven't had a uniform for a while under Lady Lily or Lord Ed's policy. Philip, who had been clinging to me, regained his composure somewhat at my comments. It was her ladyship and Lord Edward's policy?
ほら、最近巷が何かと物騒だろ。で、お屋敷支給の揃いの服だと御家遣いの使用人だって分かって。
You know how there's been unrest in the city lately? People will notice when servants of this house will notice we're servants of this house if we're wearing a uniform. Who knows? We might even be attacked.
男連中は俺含めてそんなにやわじゃないからいいけど、メイドの子たちに何かあってからじゃ遅いってエド様がニコラスさんに相談したんだ。
It isn't such a problem for the guys. We're all pretty strong, but Lord Ed discussed with Mr. Nicholas the thought it would be better for the maids to be less recognizable. So it was Lord Edward?
そう。で、それを聞きつけたリリー様が、せっかくならお屋敷が華やかになるようにみんな明るい服を着てほしいってなって。
None other. That's when Lady Lily heard of his concerns and said, why don't we, while we're at it, how about we have everyone wear bright colors to cheer things up around here? Nicholas reluctantly complied with Lily's wish. Eventually, he gave in completely, so long as the colors and any decorative aspects were subdued. Edmund didn't care as long as the servants' clothes didn't embarrass House Bernstein so much, and so the matter of uniforms or a lack thereof was settled.
リリー様ご自身も明るい服を前みたいに着られたらいいんだけどさ。まだもう少しかかりそうだな。
I wish Lady Lily would bright dresses like she used to. I guess it'll be a while before that happens. For some reason, Philip didn't look like his usual self when he said that.
さて、いい加減仕事に戻ろうか。ボサボサしてるとニコラスさんの鉄拳が飛ぶ。
Well, that's enough chit-chat. Let's get back to work. Mr. Nicholas will be upset if we leave this place a mess. You're right. He'll surely scold us if we do a poor job based on what he said earlier. I left the room first. After a while, Philip followed me, sighing pitifully. I wondered when I could help him in that room next as I briskly walked down the hall, making sure he didn't overtake me. What's going on in here? Oh my gosh, they look so cute. The strange situation had started a few minutes ago. I was busy sewing myself some new clothes for when I dusted after throwing away the old set. Then I heard a commotion in the hallway. What's going on? Someone stormed towards the door. Enough already.
いいから、おとなしくしろ。その格好でうろつくのはさすがに許容できない。
Just stay still. Wandering about dressed like this is intolerable.
年長者の役割を果たしたいのはご立派だが、僕以外にやってろ。このバカ力め。
It's great how you like playing the role of big brother, but do that with someone else. God, you and your enormous strength. Are they fighting? Oh, I believe that's... Just as my gaze settled, Alfred pushed Lucas towards me.
仕事をしているところすまない。頼みがある。
I'm sorry to interrupt your work, but I have something to ask you. What is it? I'm having his scarf now. Alfred asked me to mend the loose threads in Lucas's cloak, something I'd also noticed. The entire cloak was worn, but the hem was completely ripped in the back. That looks pretty bad. I sewed silently. Lucas sat some distance away. Meanwhile, Alfred leaned against the wall besides the
仕
door.
事中に突然すまなかったな。さすがに感化できる度合いを超えていた。
I apologize for asking you to do this. Asking you this while you're working, but this isn't something I can continue to overlook. That's alright. This is also part of my job. Besides, it isn't torn too badly. This should be an easy fix.
僕は別にそのままでもよかった。
It's still wearable. It doesn't need to be perfect. My apologies for overstepping, but may I ask how your cloak ended up this way?
別にいいだろう、理由なんぞ。
Who cares?
大した理由じゃない。
That's not important.
人に話しかけられない静かな場所へ行こうとして、庭園の植木に引っ掛けただけだ。
It got caught on a plant in the garden when he tried to find someplace quiet where he could be alone.
勝手に説明するな。
Who said you could answer? Despite Lucas's outburst, Alfred continued. During a break between meetings, Lucas wanted to be alone but kept bumping into people, so he went deeper into the garden. Then he encountered Alfred, who had gone out for some fresh air. Lucas rushed towards the far end of the garden, resulting in the ripped clothing. I see. Thank you for telling me. I thanked Alfred for the detailed explanation. He brushed it off, then sighed. Lucas wasn't bothering to hide this displeasure.
そもそもお前も年長者だろう。いい加減5家の次期当主としてふさわしい格好をしろ。
For your information, you're also one of the oldest people here. You should dress appropriately. You're the next head of your house, after all. He's basically told him to stop wearing the cloak entirely.
王宮や式典ではきちんと外しているだろう。普段の格好にまで口を出される筋合いはない。
I take it off at the palace and for ceremonies. Besides that, I wear it day to day, and it's none of your concern.
そのあたりの分別があるのは何よりだ。下手に陛下の目に留まれば、おもちゃにされる可能性もある。
That's good to
お前もそれ
hear.
は避けたいだろう。
But if Her Majesty happens to see you in this getup, you'll make a fool of yourself, and I'm sure you'll want to avoid that. Alfred sounded like he was trying to give Lucas helpful advice, but the latter snorted in response.
必要以上に僕に関わる必要はない。お互い深入りしても傷が広がるだけだ。
You shouldn't involve yourself with me any more than necessary.
理解していると思うが。
It'll only deepen our wounds. You're wise, Lord Alfred. I'm sure you understand
それは。
about that. Wounds? Is the relationship between these two houses different than that of others? Silence filled the room once again. Neither spoke. Just like that, I'd finished my repairs. Sorry to have kept you waiting. How is this? Lucas took the cloak and checked out the part I'd mended.
問題ない。
Looks good.
助かった。
Thanks. I bowed my head, surprised that he had thanked me. As Alfred gave his own thank you, Lucas headed for the door.
これがあれば、ヤーンでも目立たない。
I won't stand out in the dark with this. And with that, he put his cloak back on and left. I may not have understood what Lucas was implying, but Alfred seemed to. The long-haired man stared at the door after Lucas. I couldn't bring myself to inquire about their relationship, so I made a mental note to investigate later. Dearie me. Everyone's downstairs. The only sound echoing about the attic where the servants' bedrooms were located was my own footsteps. Who knows? Someone may return. Entering someone's room is too risky. I couldn't make up an excuse if I were caught here, especially when the others were busy with dinner preparations. I had to get back before someone came looking for me. I turned on my heel and descended the stairs. Nicholas walked over as I helped Charlotte hang the laundry.
シャルロッテ、今日の夕食は特にアルフレッド様のお好きなものをお出ししたい。
Charlotte, I'd like to serve Lord Alfred his favorite dish for dinner
アル
tonight.
フレッド様はエドワード様のフォロー役としてお心を砕いてくださっている。
Lord
も
Alfred
っ
is
と
making
よ
a
く相
tremendous
談して
effort to help
メニュ
Lord
ーを
Edward
決めてくれ。
talk to the cook and decide on a menu together.
はい承知しました。
Yes, sir.
もしよろしければルーカス様のお好きなものもお出ししてよいでしょうか。
If possible, would you mind if we served Lord Lucas's favorite dish as well?
構わないが、何か特別な理由でも
I don't mind. Is there any particular reason for that, though?
今日お見かけした際にとてもお疲れのご様子だったので、でもそれなら他の皆様も一緒でしょうか。
When I saw him earlier, he looked very tired, but I suppose that would also apply to the others.
そうだな。誰か一人というわけではなく、おのおののお好きなものをお出しした方が良さそうだ。
Let's see. It may be
手間を
best to
かけ
serve
るが、そのように対応してくれ。
everyone their favorite dish then. It'll be a bit of a hassle, but please make the necessary arrangements.
かしこまりました。
As you wish.
気遣いができるのはお前の良いところだ。それでは頼んだ。
Being thoughtful is one of your strengths. I'll leave the rest to you then. It appears Charlotte had gained Nicholas's trust. He used to be dumbfounded by her clumsiness and timidity. What the heck? We making up words here? I guess it's just like takes time to earn his trust. Apparently he judges people by both competence and loyalty. The best I could do was hide my lack of loyalty. Earning the other's trust should be much quicker. I suppose it's up to preference now. I don't know if I can be of much assistance, but I'll ask Charlotte if I can help prepare the food. I locked the room like before. There was no guarantee someone wouldn't come to my room when I was learning the truth. Let's check out the shards I found. Alright, instead of checking these, I'm gonna call it. It's 11 o'clock at night, and I'm hungry. And we're still... Actually, wait, this is part 2. When did we get to part... No, it says chapter 1. What the heck? What is that? What is that? And this is chapter 1, part 13. Like, how many parts are there? Interesting, interesting, interesting. But yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to getting more into it. I will be playing tomorrow in the morning. So hopefully I will get a little bit further in and maybe finish the first chapter. Thank you, Bass. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Delightful. I feel like Ribbon. Thank you, Ribbon. Thank you guys all for being here. But yeah, I'll have a stream tomorrow. We're going to be continuing this in the morning. I might, again, my camera just keeps going out of focus. What does it think I am? I might have an evening stream tomorrow as well. It might not be this, but it might be a co-op game with my sibling. We might be trying Borderlands or something else. I just got Borderlands because it went on sale for the Friday of the Black, and I was really excited because she has had it for a little bit longer than I have, and we haven't had a chance to play it because we didn't both have a copy. So we might be doing that or Fortnite tomorrow night. We'll see what ends up being, and then tomorrow I'm going to be showing the schedule for Choose Wisely Festival, which is happening on the 8th, so that's next week. So I might try to squeeze a couple hours stream of this in next week, but I will be doing Choose Wisely as well at the same time. So we'll see which one ends up winning based on how tired I am. And if you're watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week over there. We're currently playing Mistonia's Hope, and then we're going to be doing a bunch of demos and games next week as part of a festival that is kicking off on the 8th next week. So please look forward to that. I hope you guys have a lovely night. I will see you guys soon. Bye!